Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 7 Kilo Siemens. Open black lens bracket 171, close black lens bracket 1 second. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After half an hour, Hazuki came to the warm beach, looked at the blue sea, and whispered softly, "This place is good, let's establish a stronghold in the center of the sea." The words fall. Hazuki disappeared in a circle of water ripples, and when he reappeared, he had come to the center of the boundless ocean, and came to the bottomless bottom. During this process, his clothes were not soaked in the slightest, not even a trace of water, which was very miraculous. When he reached the bottom of the sea, Hazuki slapped the ground with his right hand. The mud at the bottom of the lake was turbulent, and it was transformed in a rapid change, changing rapidly according to his mind. In a short period of time, the seabed was completely transformed and turned into a huge hidden underground base. Then, hidden by the countless water plants and enchantments, a channel gradually cracked and appeared. Looking at this passage, Hazuki stepped down and soon came to a huge underground base. This base has a total of 100 floors. The first floor is the largest, and the smaller it goes down. Each floor has hidden enchantments, protective enchantments, illusion enchantments, and labyrinth passages. It can be said that it is strictly guarded to the ultimate, which is more tyrannical than the strongest protection base in the world. The power of Earth style has been affected. Originally, I wanted to build a 150-story underground base for the big, 573, football field, but I didn't expect it to only reach 100 floors. Forget it, it's enough. As Hazuki said, he came to the deepest part of the base in a circle of water ripples, which is also the 100th floor base. He waved his right hand, and the space door the size of a grain of millet was condensed and began to absorb the energy of this world. But Hazuki thought about it, moved the space door to the unknown rock layer underground, and used a lot of protection measures before he was relieved. The detection enchantment can detect thousands of miles. If I find an abnormality, I can remotely close the portal with a single thought. In addition, there is an infinitely resurrected large stone statue guarding it, which is enough. After Hazuki finished speaking, he disappeared in a circle of water ripples, and when he reappeared, he had come to D City. The next step is to figure out the timeline, then influence the plot, and loot the race. After making the decision, Hazuki went straight to an internet cafe, where he was going to check the information and figure out the timeline. Hello, do you need anything? The girl at the cashier saw Hazuki appear, her big eyes instantly widened, and then she stared at Hazuki's face and asked with a blushing face. Hello, wait, 1. Hazuki planned to open a computer to check the information, but suddenly remembered that he did not have the money in this world, and the money in the Hokage world was different. Of course, he wanted to get the money easily. Advertisement. So Hazuki shook his head and turned away, ready to get some money and come back. Excuse me, don't you go online? The girl at the cashier said hurriedly, with some reluctance. Forgot to bring the money, I'll come back later. I invite you. After a few minutes, Hazuki regretted that he shouldn't have accepted the reception from the cashier's sister, Xiaomei, because she was so annoying. Hazuki-kun, please have a drink, here's you. Xiaomei sat next to him, looking at his face and said. Thanks, I'm not thirsty. Hazuki replied, and continued to carefully check the contents of the webpage. Hazuki-kun, why are you wearing a mask? Doesn't it affect your observation? Are your eyes hurt? Xiaomei asked curiously and worriedly. Not hurt. 1. Then why are you wearing a blindfold? Xiaomei said again. To be cool, it's very low. Hazuki replied, hoping that the other party thought he was not good, and quickly stayed away. Actually, I like cool people the most. Xiaomei's big eyes flickered and she continued. Hazuki-kun, you have a good temperament. I have never seen someone like you. Even if you only see half of your face, I know you are definitely a handsome guy. As Xiaomei said, she looked around Hazuki from left to right, and even stretched out Hazuki's hair. Such a move made Hazuki depressed, and he said impatiently, you don't have to go to collect money. Be careful that the internet cafe owner blames you. Don't be afraid, this is my shop, I have the final say in everything. Xiaomei said confidently, with the attitude of a big boss. Okay. Hazuki was speechless and continued to stare at the computer screen. From the information on the internet, we can know that my judgment is not wrong. This world is the world of One Punch Man, and it is also a world where heroes and eccentrics confront each other. There are countless monsters in this world. They are either upgraded, are transformed, are devoured monster cells, and become monsters that destroy the world. The heroes are responsible for protecting human beings and resisting these monsters. Of course, in addition to the monsters, there are monsters of various sizes, and even cosmic people. It can be said, this is a very dangerous world. If there is no protagonist Saitama, this world will be directly extinct when the universe people appear. Advertisement. Certainly. At this stage, it is not so dangerous, and the monsters and heroes can still resist. After the protagonist Saitama has finished training, all kinds of big dangers will emerge one after another. Saitama's 3-year training is still a few months away, and I take advantage of this time to raise the template to full value, the only way to be fearless. Hazuki said secretly, thinking about how to improve the template. The tasks of the system are very few and very difficult now. It seems that we can only try to collect tasks first, and so on. I thought of it. Hazuki stood up suddenly, with excitement in his eyes. Hazuki-kun, what's wrong with you? Xiaomei tilted her head and asked curiously, deliberately pretending to be familiar and leaning against Hazuki, taking advantage of the opportunity. I say, Hazuki is helpless, Xiaomei is a lecherous woman, and it is really speechless to take advantage of him as soon as I know him. I'm leaving, I'll pay you back the money for the treat. Hazuki didn't bother to stay any longer, but waved and turned to say goodbye. Hey, Hazuki-kun, don't be in a hurry, just a moment, where do you live? What's your mobile phone number? Can you leave a contact information? 1. Xiaomei hurriedly chased after the inquiry, eager to know Hazuki's information. It's a pity that Hazuki ignored her and left quickly, drifting away in the eyes of Xiaomei's loss. It's really handsome. There is still such a unique person in this world. I must get him, even if I use extraordinary means. Xiaomei said, quickly took out a black phone from her pocket, and dialed it out. Search for a person for me, I'll send the photo later, I want his detailed information, don't arouse his dissatisfaction, understand? Yes, President. Xiaomei hangs up the phone, captures a picture from the monitor, saves the picture to her mobile phone as a screensaver, and then sends the picture out. When I know where you live, just wait for my pursuit, I didn't expect that even I would fall. Xiaomei smiled happily, leaning on the checkout counter and thinking about the scene of taking Hazuki in the future. Exclamation mark. The door shattered, and a squinting indifferent man walked in with sarcasm and indifference. I finally found you. I didn't expect you to go to City D. I really didn't expect it. The indifferent man said, his hands turned into twisted branches. I won't agree to your conditions, let me die. Xiaomei said calmly, and suddenly pulled out a long knife from the cashier. Advertisement. I can't help you. You ran away last time. This time I will definitely take you away. If I can't take you away, I will kill you. As the indifferent man spoke, his twisted hands flew out like lightning, drawing towards Xiaomei like vines. The two sides soon fought together, and the killing was inextricable. But as time went by, Xiaomei gradually became exhausted, and had no choice but to choose to escape. Unfortunately, I originally planned to pursue Hazuki, but I had to wait until later. After Xiaomei finished speaking, she jumped out quickly, and disappeared after a few ups and downs. Maid, run away again, don't let me find you. After the indifferent man finished speaking, he looked at the empty internet cafe with a sneer on his face. Break up your internet cafe first. After the indifferent man finished speaking, a circle of water ripples suddenly appeared, directly sucking it into the unknown space. Ding! Congratulations on collecting one race and getting one collection gift bag. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough. At the entrance of the internet cafe, Hazuki looked at the blue sky and white clouds with a happy smile. There are countless weirdos in this world, and each weirdo may be an unknown and weird race, if they are all collected. 3.7. After Hazuki finished speaking, he double-clicked on the void, and then walked into the distance. Nearby streets. Xiaomei ran quickly, and soon came to a small alley, and then hid in it and gasped silently. Finally escaped. It seems that I can only go to other cities. Xiaomei sighed and turned to leave, but after taking a step, she found that the scene in front of her changed drastically. She actually returned to the internet cafe. How is this possible? Xiaomei was shocked and was about to run away again when she suddenly saw a line of words on the counter. The problem has been solved for you. Half of the internet cafe assets are owned by me. You are responsible for taking care of them, and you will pay the fixed card every month, and the card number will be issued to you later. Close black lens bracket. Xiaomei looked at this line of words in a daze, with doubts in her eyes. Who is it? Is it a lie or the truth? For the investigation and monitoring, I want to see if it is true. After Xiaomei finished speaking, she quickly called up the surveillance camera. When she saw that the opponent in the surveillance was sucked away by the unknown space ability, her big eyes were filled with surprise. I didn't expect that my opponent who had been chasing me for 5 years would be wiped out like this, just for a second. Who did it? Wait, could it be? Open black lens bracket 172 close black lens bracket buy a villa. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Could it be him? Hazuki-kun. Xiaomei murmured. I don't know why she thought it was Hazuki, because Hazuki's temperament is too mysterious, such a unique person. Xiaomei first thought of him. I don't have any friends in this city, and I don't know a lot of people, and the only one who gives me a special feeling is Hazuki-kun, so is that him? Xiaomei tilted her head in thought, but she couldn't tell whether it was Hazuki or not. With deep doubt, Xiaomei quickly browsed the surveillance records. Soon, through the footage recorded by the camera at the entrance of the internet cafe, Xiaomei saw Hazuki's reappearance, the scene where he looked up at the sky, and the scene where he nodded to the void before leaving. What is he doing? Zoom in to see. Xiaomei quickly expanded the picture, and soon saw the ripples around Hazuki's fingertips. The ripples were exactly the same as when the enemy was sucked away before. It's really you. Xiaomei looked at the ripples in the picture with surprise on her little face. I didn't expect that it was just an accidental treat, and I actually met a mysterious handsome guy of 29. I just said, how can such a person with such a unique temperament be mediocre? Xiaomei smirked like a nympho, her big eyes staring at the ceiling motionless, as if thinking of the picture of a happy life with Hazuki in the future. The other side. Advertisement. Hazuki came out of the official household registration department, turned and walked towards the nearby bank. With powerful illusions, Hazuki can easily find out the relevant household registration for himself in this world, but there is very little household registration information, and Hazuki is mainly too lazy to do it. He just wants to have a basic certificate, so that it is convenient to apply for a bank card or something, and just go directly to the application. As for money, there is no need to worry, not to mention the money from Xiaomei's side, that is, if you want, you can search for countless wealth casually. So he didn't worry at all, but leisurely went to the bank to apply for a bank card, and then notified Xiaomei of the card number through his space ability. As a result, in less than 5 minutes, a large amount of deposits appeared in the card. I didn't expect to be a little rich woman. Hazuki shook his head, took out some money, turned and walked into the distance. With his super perceptive ability, he locked in a large area of eccentrics, and planned to put all these people into the small world after renting the house. However, after searching for half an hour, he could not find a suitable house. Instead, a red sports car followed secretly from behind. The owner of this sports car was naturally the girl named Xiaomei. Although the girl was well hidden, she still could not escape Hazuki's observation. This girl is really haunted. Hazuki was helpless and planned to use means to drive him away, but after thinking about it, it was fine, but it was just a little girl's joke. Besides, it was not very good to turn around just after receiving the money, and Hazuki went with her. Hazuki walked forward for a while, his eyes locked on the nearby Fuji Villa area, and finally rented a small villa in this villa area. The villa he rented belongs to the villa number 10 in a relatively remote location. The overall environment is not bad, the sunlight and ventilation are okay, and all kinds of electrical equipment are relatively complete, but the area is a bit small. Advertisement. Hazuki was too lazy to continue looking for a house, so he simply rented it here. Anyway, he would buy a better villa in the future, so it was used as a temporary base. The most important thing now is to collect races, collect 1000 races as soon as possible, and open the collection package. So after signing the agreement, Hazuki sent the other party away, and then used his superpower to start cleaning. Villa 10 is downstairs. A red sports car was parked not far away, and the cute little May was silently looking at the villa. At this time, the voice of the message came from the mobile phone. She opened it and took a closer look, immediately frowned, and then made a call. What's the matter? Why is there so little information to check? Didn't I ask you to find as much information about him as possible? Xiaomei said coldly. I'm sorry, President, his information is very strange. When I checked the internet earlier, I couldn't find any information at all, but after a few minutes, there is information about him, but the information is very little, it only proves that he is from City D, which is very strange. There was a clear female voice on the phone, but the voice seemed a little puzzled. It turns out to be like this. You continue to check his relevant information. If you have it, you must send it to me, and give you some photos. You can help me make posters and photo albums. Xiaomei finished speaking quickly, then hung up the phone and sent Hazuki's photo, and then continued to look at Villa 10. Who are you? No matter. You will be mine in the future anyway, and I will take care of you in the future. The president has nothing else but money. Xiaomei said it deliberately and boldly, and seemed to find it a little funny. Her big eyes immediately turned into crescent moons, and her cute little mouth also evoked a smile. After waiting for a while, she saw the landlord walking out of the villa, and Xiaomei quickly drove after him. What are you doing with me? Advertisement. The landlord is an older old woman who has been followed for a long time before she finds out. Feel the discovery of a sports car. Old lady, is your villa for sale? 1 inch. Xiaomei came out of the sports car and leaned against the 573 luxury car with a confident smile. Selling the villa. I have no plans to sell the villa. 1. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the old woman shook her head and refused. Although the neighborhood was not peaceful, she also wanted to go back to her hometown, but she was a little reluctant. Double the price. Xiao Mito said proudly. Double. You're crazy. How can you, this little girl, spend money indiscriminately? You have to understand how difficult it is for your parents to make money. Don't say that in the future. The old woman continued to shake her head, not wanting to covet this sudden high income, but to persuade Xiaomei. Old lady, this is all my own money. Xiaomei shook her head helplessly. That doesn't work either. It's not easy to make money. You can't spend money indiscriminately. Besides, the location of my house is relatively remote, so it's not worth that much money at all. The old woman persuaded Shin kindly. Although your house is worthless, if that person lives in it, the house will naturally appreciate in value. Xiaomei smiled embarrassedly. It turns out to be like this, you young people are really. Forget it, if you want to buy it, sell it to you, just at the market price, just as I plan to go back to my hometown to retire. Okay. Don't worry, I'll give you a big red envelope when I come back. Xiaomei's wish was fulfilled, and she was as happy as a child. No, I'm fine. Open black lens bracket 173 close black lens bracket must send. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Inside the small villa, Hazuki looked at the new house and nodded with satisfaction. There were all kinds of furniture in the small world, all of which were brand new. Hazuki directly changed it over and over. With these new possessions, he finally feels more comfortable living. I went back and brought Makoto and the others over, and I got used to them being around, but suddenly I felt a little uncomfortable by myself. Hazuki murmured a few words, his figure disappeared in a circle of water ripples, and when he reappeared, he was already at the top of the nearby building. Under the building, a large number of civilians fled in panic towards the other side on the street. Roar. In the middle of the street, a bare-headed monster roared up to the sky, making a ferocious roar, roaring like a bloodthirsty monster, announcing its arrival. Quick, run. 1. Damn, this guy suddenly upgraded while eating and turned into a bare-headed monster. It's coming, be careful. Boom. The 3-meter-high bare-headed monster bombarded the wall, punched a large hole in the concrete wall, and continued to chase after it screaming. Its size is very large, and its strides are also not small, so it only catches up with the crowd in a moment. Die. Let all human beings die. The bare-headed monster raised his right foot and stomped towards the crowd, stomping on the civilians fleeing in despair. Strange, why is he suddenly upgraded? If I get this upgrade method, can I also create a race? The indifferent voice echoed, and with this voice, everyone on the street was still, as if they were frozen in place. Ta 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 ta. The sound of footsteps came from a distance, and a young man with a jet-black mask slowly appeared, looked at the bare-headed monster in confusion, and then waved his right hand. A circle of water ripples suddenly rippled in the space, and the bare-headed monster was sucked into the unknown area in the ripples. Advertisement. Ding. Congratulations on collecting one race and getting one collection gift bag. Close black lens bracket. Continue. The young man in the dark mask finished speaking, and disappeared in the ripples of the water with his steps. After he left, the still space finally returned to normal, and everyone looked at the direction the young man left for the first time. What happened just now? I couldn't move. I ran again, but I found that my body didn't obey me. It's that young man. I saw him take the weirdo away. It's an amazing ability. What a terrifying young man, who imprisoned everyone in an instant, and even that strange person has no strength to resist. Several people who saw the whole process opened their mouths one after another, and in horror and disbelief, they said everything they knew. Is he a hero? I've never heard of him, he feels so unique. A sweet-looking girl in the crowd said. I don't know, but I know that the Hero Association will definitely collect this information and give the public an answer. 2. The commoners were very curious about this young man who suddenly appeared and had extraordinary temperament. Even if such a person appeared once, they could not forget it. And this matter was really as they thought, and it was soon introduced to the Heroes Association. Hero Association Headquarters. Many key officials looked at the scene on the monitor screen and talked to each other about the masked young man who suddenly appeared. It's him again. The previous chimpanzee incident, the bare-headed incident this time, the unregistered amateur hero. An eye-catching officer asked. The strength assessment of the two weirdos is wolf level and tiger level. The strength of this masked young man is not too high, and it is estimated that it is only B level. 1. A burly dignitary came over and gave a very casual evaluation. This person was Gemmet, an important member of the association. Senior Gemmet, I think your judgment is wrong. This young man is stronger than Class B, and that chimpanzee has fought against many Class B heroes. The key eye couldn't help but retort. No, from my point of view, this person is at most B rank, but he has special abilities, so he can defeat the chimpanzee. The plump Gemmet said confidently. The dignitaries wanted to refute, but couldn't come up with words to refute, and the master of the other party had more say in the association's financial resources than him. But he was silent for 2 seconds before speaking again. This young man has a sense of justice, and I think he should be given the title of hero. Advertisement. No, there is free labor, why should we pay to support him? Let him deal with the weirdo himself, and then. If he is S rank, I will definitely give him a hero certificate and give him the best treatment, but he is AB rank, there is no need to waste the money of the association, we have no shortage of low-level heroes. Senior Gemmet sat down without hesitation, and drank coffee leisurely. But, okay. The senior officer Gemmet gave the other a sideways glance and continued to drink coffee. Look here, my lord, another weirdo was defeated by the young man, this time it's a tiger-level monster. A staff member in front of the surveillance spoke quickly. Oh. The high-level eyes hurriedly looked at the screen, with surprise in his expression. Because a tiger-level monster on the screen was shrouded in water ripples and was sucked into the unknown area, the monster didn't even move during the whole process. Ha ha ha. Okay, this kind of strength definitely surpasses the B rank. The high-level eyes laughed, but the corners of his eyes glanced at Gemmet's dignitaries. Assuming he has some skills, he surpassed the B level, but at most he is only at the end of the A level. 1. Gemmet's face was a little ugly, but he still refused to admit it. Look here, my lord, the young man has arrested a few more weirdos, this time there are 5 tiger-level weirdos. The staff on the other side shouted. 5. So strong. Everyone was amazed. But when the senior officer Gemmet heard this, he said again with an ugly face. It's just 5 tigers, and this kid's strength is the most in the mid-pole. Look here, my lord, this young man has space ability, can travel back and forth, and can easily fight monsters every time. This time, the battle is against even more terrifying ghost-level monsters, and there are exactly 10 of them. What 10 ghosts? Isn't that young man's strength reaching the top of the A-pole hero? About to reach the S rank. Everyone was shocked, and they all stared at the surveillance screen. And the important Gemmet, who spoke sarcastically, couldn't sit still at the moment, and quickly stood up and looked at the surveillance screen. Only seen on the screen. Hazuki floated quietly in midair, with a pale green light shining around him. The 9 ghost-level monsters opposite him were sucked into the unknown area, leaving only the most powerful ghost level. Advertisement. Green light. How is it similar to the ability of the tornado? Could it be her relatives? The eye official asked suspiciously. His words shocked everyone, because Tornado is the second-ranked existence of S-class heroes, and it is the nuclear weapon of the entire Hero Association, if it is her relatives. Everyone was not calm anymore, and the dignitary Gemmet started to wipe the cold sweat from his face. At the same time, they thought of what Tornado looked like when he was angry. He was a tyrannical superhuman who dared to lose his temper at anyone. Senior Gemmet, are we really not going to issue a hero certificate to this young man? The key man with eyes turned his head and smiled. Of course, it must be sent. Whoever does not agree to send it, I am in a hurry. The dignitary of Gemmet said loudly, and in the eyes of everyone, he opened his mouth with a thick face. I personally went to send him a certificate, such a hero, we should give the hero certificate as soon as possible. Li Jiaohao. After the dignitary finished speaking, Gemmet didn't have the face to stay, and hurriedly turned around and ran away. Ha 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 ha. I don't know who started first. The whole room was filled with laughter, and the dignitary Gemmet, who had just walked out of the door, slammed into the wall angrily. Asshole. Suburbs of City D. Hazuki looked at the ghost-level weirdo in front of him and smiled indifferently. Do you know why the other weirdos were taken away and you were left alone? No. Don't know the sound. The weirdo stood there in horror, looking at the corpses of more than a dozen broken little girls from the corner of his eyes. Whether you destroy or kill, this is your instinct, I can understand it, but I can't understand you killing those weak children. Remember clearly, it is killing. 1. Hazuki's face was as cold as ice. He was calm and indifferent and finally got angry. Don't kill me, please let me go, let me go. The eccentric petitioner, hoping to be spared. Let go. It's God's job to let you go. Hazuki smiled indifferently and pointed his big hand at the strange man, and what I want to do is to send you to see God. Bang. Open black lens bracket 174 close black lens bracket little girl. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Blood splashed all over the sky, dripping down in the sound of despair left by the eccentric. Ta-ta towers. Stepping over to the bodies of the dozen or so weak girls, Hazuki clenched his fists as he looked at their dead eyes. In the ninja world, although villains such as Mizuki and Kato inevitably appeared, there were very few really cruel people. People in that world stick to their beliefs, even if they kill countless people, they still stick to their beliefs, which is why they have their own supporters, but now. The torn corpse of the little girl in front of him was thrown around like a broken rag doll. Such a heart-wrenching scene made Hazuki, who was used to seeing life and death, also filled with endless anger in his heart. Damn freak. With a cold face, Hazuki waved his right hand, the green light shone, put together their corpses as much as possible, and then sent them to the small world for burial. After doing all this, Hazuki glanced at the surveillance cameras around him, ignoring the heroes of the Hero Association, and disappeared in the ripples of the water. When it reappeared, it had come to the edge of City D and came to a huge square. At this moment, there are 2 armored monsters raging in the square, one of which has caused casualties. Even with a bloodthirsty smile, it was grabbing a little girl of 6 or 7 years old who fell in a pool of blood. Bang! Hazuki kicked it out, and the 573-odd man collapsed like an armored vehicle, turning into blood and spraying out, scaring the people around him to exclaim. Ignoring the exclamations of these people, Hazuki waved his hand, and ripples like water ripples descended, filling the weirdo on the other side into the small world. Ding! Congratulations on collecting 1 race and getting 1 collection gift bag. Close black lens bracket. Continue. Hazuki sensed that there were also a lot of weirdos in the nearby city, so he was going to go to that city and continue to collect weirdos. Advertisement. Elder brother. A soft and weak voice came. With a cry in it, Hazuki turned his head to look, and saw the little girl standing weakly in a pool of blood. Half of the little girl's face was covered with blood, dyeing her fair little face red, and at the same time, the tears from the corners of her eyes rolled down like broken pearls. Seeing the girl's injury, Hazuki took a step forward with a slight sigh, thinking of the children who had died before. The big hands rubbed the little girl's head together, and the green and white light shone slightly. It was the light of healing. During this process, the little girl didn't move, but silently wept, her bright big eyes gradually turning red from crying. After a while, the light of the healing art stopped, but the little girl hurriedly pinched Hazuki's clothes. Brother, I want to learn skills from you and kill all the weirdos in the world. After the little girl prayed, she raised her head and looked up at Hazuki. I'm sorry, but I have no plans to accept apprentices. Hazuki shook his head and refused. The previous apprenticeship task had been completed, so he didn't need to bring another fuel bottle. Brother, I beg you, I will help you with housework, take care of your life, and I will marry you when I grow up. The little girl refused to give up, her hands as white as milk clenched the corners of Hazuki's clothes tightly. No need, I don't need women either, you'd better go home. Hazuki refused again, turned and walked away. I don't have a home anymore. The soft and weak voice sounded again, and the little girl continued sobbing. My mother was eaten by a weirdo. What about your father and other relatives? Hazuki asked, frowning. All dead, killed by weirdos 2 years ago. The little girl said with a miserable smile, with deep hatred hidden in her eyes. Do you died? Advertisement. Hazuki didn't know what to say, but he had no intention of accepting apprentices, and he saved the other party and treated the other party, and he had done his best. So he was silent for 2 seconds and said again, I can't agree, there are other heroes coming, they may help you. After Hazuki finished speaking, he tapped the void twice, and then disappeared in the ripples of the water ripples. In place, only the little girl with the hard ashes was left. Are you gone, brother? The little girl's voice was low and she closed her eyes in despair. She didn't know what to do, let alone where to go, so she could only curl up and hug her knees, burying her head on her knees. Ahem, that man was too cruel just now, and he was rejected even if you begged him so much. Why don't I take you to find someone else? I know more powerful heroes who can give you power. A fat man came out from the corner next to him, and he came to the little girl with a warm smile. Power. Can I gain power? The little girl immediately looked at Fatty when she heard this, but she frowned again when she thought of what Fatty had just said. You can't say that about my brother, he saved me and treated my injuries, I'm just not qualified to follow him. Ahaha. Let's not talk about him. Come with me, I will bring you the power to kill the monster. Fatty continued to speak, turned around and came to a small alley. There is only one chance. If you want to kill the monster, come here. Quote. The little girl instinctively repelled the other party, but in order to gain strength, for that glimmer of hope, she clenched her little hand tightly in unease and stepped forward. The two quickly came to the alley, and after a round of twists and turns, they came to a dimly lit cul-de-sac. The fat man stopped suddenly, turned his head and sneered. You have no family, I am your family, play with your family every day, tisk tisk. Didn't you say you want to bring me to gain strength? The little girl said with her hands clasped together. Power. That's just a trick to deceive you. Sure enough, a 6-year-old is a good deceiver. I'll play you to death later, just like the girl last time, ha ha ha. 11. Advertisement. The fat man laughed step by step the girl, the fat double Mendy gang girl. Puff. The blood sprayed, and the little girl's hands firmly grasped a handful of kunai, stabbed the fat man's stomach fiercely, and then quickly stabbed a few times. Where did you get the weapon? Fatty clutched his stomach in pain, his eyes widening in disbelief. He gave it to me. The little girl's face was covered in blood, but she smiled and continued to stab kunai. Brother just said, as long as you kill a scum like you, I will be his test object, so go to hell. Puff puff. Huwu stabbed wildly. Even if the fat man fell to the ground, the little girl still continued to attack without hesitation. Okay. An indifferent voice came, and Hazuki gradually appeared in the ripples of the water, and then looked at the little girl covered in blood. What's your name? Brother. My name is Keiko. Let's go. It is good. The sound of footsteps echoed in the small alley, disappeared in the ripples of the water, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived at the small villa. There's a washroom over there. Go wash. Hazuki pointed at the corner house. Yes. Keiko was very well behaved, and ran into the washroom obediently, and soon after, there was a clattering sound. 175 S-Class 3rd. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. On the sofa in the living room. Hazuki was thinking about how to deal with this girl, and he had no plans to take her in, but after discovering the special features of this girl, Hazuki had the idea of experimenting. This girl's body is very special, and she has a certain chance of success. I hope to achieve that goal. Hazuki murmured, with some expectation in his heart. However, the collection task is the first priority, and he will not forget how to do it, so he stood up and said to the washroom, I went out and come back at night. Brother, go, I'll make dinner. It is good. Hero Association Headquarters. The sweetheart mask of the Hero A is sitting in the office, looking impatiently at the staff on the opposite side. I saw that the staff member was holding a document to Sweetheart Mask, trying to let him check this document. A low-level hero has been promoted to Pole A. It is necessary for me to come to the headquarters in person for this kind of thing. Can this kind of thing stop bothering me in the future? Sweetheart Mask said impatiently. As a hero and an idol, he can be said to be quite busy. He is busy performing every day and killing monsters. He is almost so busy that he has no time for himself. And, although he is an A-pole hero on the surface, he has the strength of S rank. The reason why he has not raised his rank is just because he does not want the shrimp soldiers and crabs to reach the S rank. With such a strong strength and a lack of time, when he learned that he was asked to come to the headquarters, just to see a person rise to the A-pole, he instantly became impatient. This time it's a new hero. He was not a hero before, but his strength may reach the top of the A-pole hero. The staff hurriedly explained. It's the top of the A-pole hero again. The information you showed me last time also said that, but that person was kicked away by me. Sweetheart Mask said unhappily. Advertisement. This time is different. The ability of this person named Hazuki is very mysterious, and he may have something to do with the S-Class hero Tornado. You will know by looking at this information. The staff said again. Is it related to Tornado? Is it a related household? There are really everyone in the Hero Association now, and even related households are here. Sweetheart Masquerade took the document unhappily, and glanced at the document at will. The originally indifferent attitude instantly brought a hint of curiosity. Because there is a photo of Hazuki on the information, although the photo protects his eyes, the Sweetheart Mask can easily judge the high value of the other party. Interesting. With a smile on the sweet face, as a handsome idol, it can be said that he hates ugly people very much. At the same time, he also has a little more affection for good-looking people. Now that he sees the photos on the profile, he is also a little curious about Hazuki. He lowered his head and carefully watched the contents of the document. He, who had originally found it interesting, gradually put away his smile and became serious. Easy to defeat ghost-level monsters, superpowers similar to tornadoes. The ability to travel freely in space. Sweetheart Mask's expression became more solemn the more she looked at it. Her original indifference had long since vanished. I didn't expect that a strong man really appeared. This time I didn't run for nothing. Sweetheart Mask sighed after reading the information. After our evaluation, we gave him the second hero certificate of A-pole, and it was distributed by Gemitsuki officers. How do you feel busy? The staff said. The second place in the A-pole, this time the assessment is very correct. The strength of this Hazuki is probably only lower than me. Sweetheart Mask nodded in satisfaction. With your approval, we are finally relieved. Are you going to see him? The staff spoke again. No, when he becomes an S-rank hero, I will meet him in person and let him understand that even if he reaches S rank, he can't relax, and I will be a big mountain in front of him. Sweetheart Mask smiled confidently. With S rank strength, even though he knew that Hazuki's abilities were special, he still had the confidence to win. But, what happened next shocked him and the entire Hero Association, even unexpected. Because in the next 2 months, Hazuki's figure continued to appear in various cities, from City A to City Z. Advertisement. He appeared in the cities guarded by the heroes, and he appeared for a short time each time. But in such a short time, all the weirdos were swept away, either killed or sucked into the unknown. And such space ability, such terrifying strength, also caused a huge sensation in just 2 months. Hero Association headquarters. All the executives and Sweetheart Mask sat in the office, looking solemnly at the information in their hands. In just 2 months, Hazuki killed 219 weirdos, captured 2,136 weirdos, and swept all the cities with one person. Because of his appearance, the city's public security has reached the height of what has been done before, and the casualty rate of the people has plummeted. Such a method is unimaginable. With the power of one person, I can accomplish the feat that the entire Hero Association can't do, and increase the safety index of each city several times. I don't know how to describe the mood at this time. The senior leaders of the Hero Association spoke in shock, their hands trembling when they looked at the thick information. It is true that this mysterious man who appeared is too strong, so strong that all the heroes combined are not as good as him alone. Ask for flowers. Even the Sweetheart Mask also dared not say anything to refute, and looked completely convinced. No way. Originally he thought that although the other party was very powerful, he was also below him. Who would have thought that this Hazuki was born like a monster, and he was many times stronger than him? If he hadn't fought against S-class heroes, he would have felt that Hazuki's strength was about to catch up with Tornado. However, Tornado has experienced too many battles and has a reputation. He feels that Hazuki is a little weaker than Tornado. Of course, now is not the time to discuss who is stronger. Because he remembered something that annoyed him, he spoke at once. I have a question. Why is Hazuki not yet a hero of our association? Why is he still out there? Didn't it say before that Hazuki A would be awarded a superhero certificate? After Sweetheart Mask asked, he found that everyone looked strange, and then collectively looked at the important Gemmet in the corner. At the moment, the face of the important Gemmet was very dark, and even the black ones were a little purple. When everyone looked at them, they were shaking with anger. Advertisement. What's the situation? Sweetheart Mask is dazed and a little unclear. So, he's been busy recently, and he really doesn't know much about this matter. However, Gemmet's important position is not low, and he can't continue to ask what he wants. He plans to ask the staff in person after the meeting. Certainly. Re-invite things, hurry up, and make suggestions. With Hazuki's terrifying strength, he is enough to enter the top 3 S-class heroes. I suggest giving him the title of 3rd place S-class. Sweet Mask suggested. It's a good proposal, and I agree with it. 1. I agree too. And I. For a time, everyone in the conference room made a collective voice, and even the important member of Gemmet hurriedly expressed his position, daring not to refute in the slightest. This kind of performance made Sweetheart Mask even more curious and wanted to know why. With deep curiosity, Sweetheart Mask continued the meeting, but the corners of his eyes were always locked on the important Gemmet. The other side. In a small world, Hazuki said to the system. System, replace all the small collection gift bags with big collection gift bags. Ding. The replacement is successful. Congratulations to the owner for getting 2 gift packs. Do you want to open it? Of course. Hazuki nodded without hesitation. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the owner for getting 10% Saitama template. Close black lens bracket superior. Open black lens bracket 176. Close black lens bracket return. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 10% Saitama template. Isn't that 90% plus the previous one, and there is a gift package? The system continues to open. Hazuki said in surprise. After working so hard for so long, isn't it just for this moment? As long as he can reach the 100% Saitama template, he can improve his strength unlimitedly, and become stronger every day like Saitama. This way of promotion is the goal that Hazuki has been pursuing, and it is also his favorite way of promotion. Of course, there are other reasons to be so desperate to achieve 100% Saitama templates. In the world of One Punch Man, it's not too long since Saitama has been training for 3 years, and maybe one day this guy will appear. In addition, Hazuki swept all the cities unscrupulously, and scoured almost all the weirdos he could see, resulting in a pitiful few weirdos now. Even if the major cities add up, there is not one weird person incident a day. With his terrifying strength, he abruptly swept the weirdo into a rare species. Such a result is terrifying, and it also leads to a change in the world and a change in the attitude of the commoners towards heroes. Now the daily patrols and guardianships of the heroes have become meaningless behaviors. Many people began to reject heroes. May 73 inches believed that heroes were wasting their time, that their strength was too rubbish, and that heroes could not stabilize society, so they were unwilling to pay any more money to the Hero Association. And the only person recognized by the civilians is Hazuki, because he suppressed all the cities with his terrifying power, and even scared people to dare not show up. And he has also become a mysterious hero sung by the commoners. It can be said that Hazuki is regarded as an idol by countless people and as the pursuit of countless cute girls and royal sisters. The A-pole hero sweetheart mask has long lost his chance to be an idol, and his fan base has almost turned into Hazuki's fans. Under such a chain reaction, the heroes have nothing to do, and some have even resigned and changed careers. In the last gorilla incident, the girl in a miniskirt wearing a dog head mask had already changed her career and opened a store to sell soy milk. In this regard, Hazuki also has plans to stop, and is ready to harvest another wave after the weird people come out. In addition, he doesn't want the plot to disappear completely. After all, participating in the plot has rich rewards. The fruit on the world tree, as long as it is supplied with energy, can bear various mysterious fruits. Hazuki is very much looking forward to it. So he took a deep breath and waited for the collection spree to open. Ding! Congratulations to the master for getting 5% resurrection protection. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding! With this blessing, you have 5 chances to revive, and when it reaches 100%, you can revive infinitely. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Hint. This protection is applicable to most worlds. Ding. Hyuga Hazuki. The Otsutsuki clan. Blessing. 10% resurrection blessing. Templates. Tornado template 100%, 90% Saitama template. Blood followers. 9 Tomo Rinnegan, left, Rinne Sharingan, right eye. Resurrection protection. Infinite resurrection. Hazuki was startled, and his expression turned serious. Originally, he thought that the second collection package was a Saitama template, but he did not expect it to be a resurrection blessing, a heaven-defying ability that can be resurrected. Hazuki admits that the Saitama template is invincible and can deal with any enemy with one punch, and has never encountered an opponent so far. But after being able to travel through the world, Hazuki's horizons have broadened a lot, and he has also thought about the possibility of encountering some unreasonable existences in the future. This is also one of the reasons why he is eager to upgrade the Saitama template to full value. But now that he has resurrection protection, he has 5 lives, which is a full 5 layers of protection. If the resurrection protection is increased to 100%, the terrifying effect of infinite resurrection will definitely become his important trump card. Such a reward really surprised him. If I can reach the level of infinite resurrection, I can freely explore any world, collect all races in the target world without any scruples, and get more gift packs at that time. Hazuki said in surprise, looking forward to quickly improving the resurrection blessing, but this matter can't be rushed, and you need to get the big gift bag slowly. Let's feel how to use the resurrection protection first and see how it works. Hazuki took a deep breath, closed his eyes to feel the protective effect, and soon opened them. It's great to be able to set the resurrection point in advance. Hazuki said with joy, preparing to set up a safe resurrection point in the small world, the Hokage world, and the One Punch Man world, respectively, as an important backhand and hole card. The remaining 2 resurrection points, Hazuki is going to set up after he finds New World. Anyway, he can be resurrected, and he is not in a hurry to upgrade the Saitama template, so he can wave without any scruples. After being busy for 2 months, it's time to take a break, and set the resurrection point by the way. Hazuki disappeared in circles of water ripples as he spoke, and when he reappeared, he arrived at the small villa where Makoto was. This villa was specially built for her by Hazuki. Makoto, Kushina, and Tsunade all have one. They are all built in the safest area and the area with the best environment. I don't know why. Hazuki thought of a safe resurrection place, and immediately thought of Makoto and this virtuous wife, so he came without hesitation. Advertisement. Chop chop chop. The sound of cutting vegetables came from the kitchen, and the moment he came, the sound of cutting vegetables disappeared immediately, followed by a beautiful woman wearing a small cartoon apron came out. She still has long black and smooth hair, fair skin, and a soft figure. She is not absolutely beautiful in terms of appearance, but her smile attracts Hazuki's attention. It's back, Makoto said with a warm smile. She didn't say much, just one sentence came back, but it contained countless concerns. Hazuki opened his hands and smiled at Makoto. Makoto didn't speak, but naturally came to his arms, holding him gently and motionless. Can you stay 2 more days this time? Makoto pressed his small face to Hazuki's heart, listening to his heartbeat. Okay. Stay longer this time and accompany you well. Hazuki lowered his head, made a small face gently, and turned around several times while holding her gently. You are such a big person, and you still look like a child. Makoto reluctantly came out of Hazuki's arms, and his little white hands arranged the wrinkled clothes for him. At the same time, he did not forget to talk about the trivial things at home, as well as the scene of asking Hazuki in Otherworld. Worried that Hazuki is not used to living outside, worried that he can't take care of himself well, worried that he is not used to the food outside and so on. She has a relatively quiet personality and speaks softly, but the deep concern in her words cannot be concealed. Hazuki listened quietly, watching her slender fingers smoothing his clothes. The corners of his lips couldn't help but twitch into a smile. In his previous life, he often pondered a question, that is, what is happiness? Now Hazuki has the answer, because at this moment he is very happy, with such a good wife. It is difficult for Hazuki to be unhappy. Hazuki felt very happy when he hugged his beautiful wife again and felt her soft body. Especially when looking at the kitchen, Hazuki felt even more warm. Because no matter whether he comes back or not, Makoto will cook his meal and always wait for his return, in order to let him eat his favorite food as soon as possible. This kind of care, this kind of concern, this kind of life once again made Hazuki fall into the land of gentleness. Makoto. What's wrong, husband? Advertisement. How about I stay with me for the next 3 months? Hazuki smiled. Really? When Makoto heard this, her big eyes immediately brightened with joy, but she still said after thinking about it. Husband, if you have something to do, don't delay. Makoto doesn't want to delay her husband's business. Don't worry, I know it. Hazuki said to himself. Now he is not in a hurry to get the Saitama template, he just needs to wait for the monster to recover, and wait for Saitama to appear and participate in the plot. When the 2 lines develop, his strength will continue to surge again, so he embraces Makoto, chooses to stay by her side, and enjoys the happy gentle township. World of One Punch Man, Hero Association Headquarters. Sweetheart Mask and a staff member were sitting in the office, carefully talking about the deeds of Gemet's dignitaries, and soon after, Sweetheart Mask's face became strange. This dignitary of Gemet is really stupid enough to want to win Hazuki to be his younger brother. I'm really laughing to death. Sweetheart said with a smile. Yeah, he also threatened Hazuki with a B-level hero certificate, saying that if Hazuki didn't become his younger brother, he wouldn't give him a hero certificate. The result is 3.7. The mighty Hazuki kicked the important Gemet away with one kick, and then. Then what? Sweetheart Mask asked curiously. And then I don't know if Hazuki did it on purpose, or if it was unlucky enough for Gemet's dignitaries, he was kicked directly to the pig farm and fell into the pig pen for a long time and couldn't get up. The staff said, the eccentric expression on his face heavier. It really deserves it, ha ha ha. Sweetheart Mask laughed. It's not over yet. The owner of the pig farm thought he was stealing the pigs, and beat up the important Gemet directly, knocking out 2 of his teeth. The staff continued. So that's the case. I'm still wondering why Gemet's dignitaries talked and ran away. It turned out that they were beaten. Sweetheart Mask looked strange. However, the Association of Heroes wanted to issue Hazuki a certificate for the 3rd place in the S-Class Hero, and he would issue it, so he was somewhat worried. Thinking of her own appearance and strength, Sweetheart Mask regained her confidence. Although my strength is not as good as his, I still have no problem protecting myself. Sweetheart Mask is full of confidence. Oh, really? Bang. The door of the office suddenly opened, and a figure floating in the air slowly appeared. Open black lens bracket 177 close black lens bracket failure. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sweetheart looked at the door and saw a legal little loli shrouded in green light slowly appearing in front of them. That black slit gown, that green curly hair, that slender body, that iconic superpower, immediately made Sweetheart Mask recognize the person. This person is none other than the second-ranked superpower of the S-class hero, the Shivering Tornado, and the superpower that the Hero Association relies on most. Under the circumstance that the number one hero cannot be hidden, Tornado is the strongest existence in the Hero Association, the ultimate power like a nuclear weapon. Even if she looks like a little lowly, even if she acts very arrogantly, she is still an existence that no one dares to provoke at will. Therefore, when she appeared at the door of the office, the staff hurriedly stood up and saluted respectfully. Lord Tornado, what's the matter with you? Well, I heard you say Hazuki, give me a copy of his information. Tornado said lightly. Yes, Lord Tornado. The staff hurriedly brought a stack of thick documents and handed them to the Tornado respectfully. To you, my lord. The Tornado nodded, the green light shone, and all the documents were wrapped in 29 superpowers, floating beside her. Then this arrogant little loli with serious sister control floated and walked out again, but when she got to the door, she thought of what the Sweetheart Mask had said before, and then turned to look at the Sweetheart Mask. Although I haven't seen Hazuki, judging from his record, you can't last a second under him. Oh, Sweetheart Mask was not convinced. In order to prevent the Shrimp Soldier and Crab from becoming an S-class hero, he deliberately did not upgrade the hero level, but he did not expect to be looked down upon. With unwillingness to admit defeat, Sweetheart Mask said to herself, it's only S rank, I want to achieve only one form. Oh, so what? There's also a huge gap between S-class heroes, and you'll understand when you actually play Hazuki. Advertisement. Tornado replied, and without waiting for a reply, he just floated away. Such a performance made Sweetheart Mask very dissatisfied. I admit that I can't beat Hazuki, but it's hilarious to say that I can't last a second, and I will prove your wrong statement with my actions. After Sweet Mask finished speaking, he picked up a hero certificate and walked away. That hero certificate is going to be issued to Hazuki, the third-ranked S-class hero certificate, and the issuer is Sweetheart Mask. Hazuki, I'm really looking forward to fighting with you, don't let me down. Sweet Mask said, heading towards the place where Hazuki lived. After a few minutes, Sweet Mask came to the small villa rented by Hazuki and was about to knock on the door, but a 6-year-old girl stood in front of him. Brother is not here, please come back. The little girl said lightly. I know you, the little girl Hazuki rescued, called Keiko, right? When will Hazuki come back? I have something to tell him. Sweet Mask looked at the villa and said. I don't know. Keiko looked up at the other party and said indifferently. Before she received Hazuki's order not to let anyone into the cottage, so she did not hesitate to carry out Hazuki's order. I don't know. Aren't you with him? How can you not know his information? Sweetheart Mask frowned, looking a little dissatisfied. Originally, he was in a bad mood when he was looked down upon by Tornado, but now he was in a bad mood when a little girl blocked the door, so his tone became a little stiff. Leave here. Keiko's attitude also cooled down, staring at the other party without letting go. Children are really ignorant now. Do you know who I am? Do you know what I hold in my hand? Sweetheart Mask said in a more blunt voice. I don't know. I don't want to know. Leave here immediately. Keiko narrowed her eyes and continued to speak coldly, resolutely carrying out Hazuki's order. HMPH, ignorant brat. Advertisement. Sweetheart's Mask is out of anger. After being a hero and idol for so many years, he has never been so aggrieved today, so he said coldly. I don't know how Hazuki taught you, it's vulgar. 1. How dare you say that brother is not good? Keiko roared angrily, saying that she didn't care, but not Hazuki. So what? If you don't understand basic manners, even if Hazuki has super strength, he's just a reckless man. Court death. Boom. An earthquake-like roar resounded through the sky, Purple thunder and lightning flashed wildly, and on the street in front of the villa, it was as terrifying as the punishment of the world. After the roar dissipated, the mask of Sweetheart was embedded in the wall 300 meters away, looking forward with blood all over his body. His eyes were full of disbelief. Because in the position in front of him, Kiko's whole body was shining with purple thunder and lightning, and he was glaring at him. The killing intent in those eyes rolled like waves. Good. So strong. Sweetheart Mask spat out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for his regeneration ability, he would have died under this attack. With disbelief, Sweetheart Mask said, "You have such terrifying strength. No wonder Hazuki adopted you. It turns out that he values your strength." Adoption. You are wrong. I am not eligible to be adopted by my brother at all. Little Loli spoke indifferently with thunder and lightning all over her body, and her killing intent still emerged uncontrollably. I have such strength, which is bestowed by my brother. Give. Sweetheart Mask said. I didn't expect Hazuki to have such abilities, but cultivating a super strong like you will definitely cost a lot. No. You are wrong again. The lightning around Kiko's body is even better. I'm just my brother's failure. Failure. You are Hazuki's failure. This is impossible. You can at least make it into the top 5 of S-class heroes. Advertisement. Sweetheart Mask was dumbfounded, looking at Keiko in disbelief, her eyes full of astonishment. Yes, I'm just a useless failure, which made my brother feel bad. It's all Kiko's fault, and Keiko failed to help my brother. After Keiko finished speaking, she put on the Sweetheart Mask indifferently. You looked down on your brother again just now, courting death. Boom. Boom. The smoke was dense. Purple lightning flashed continuously. Keiko walked out of the smoke like a god of killing, and then the killing intent filled the air. Remember to repair this place, or I will kill you. The words fall. Keiko returned to the door of the small villa, curled up like a lonely little beast and squatted silently guarding this unmanned small villa. Brother, Keiko will be very good. Keiko will be useful. Brother must come back, please. Keiko prayed, hoping to see Hazuki's return in 3 months. She didn't want to be abandoned, because this is her home. Far away, in the smoke, Sweetheart Mask is almost out of shape. He lay on the ground and said with his eyes popping. Tornado, you're wrong. You say I can't hold Hazuki's hands for a second. It's a big mistake. After Sweet Mask finished speaking, she looked at Keiko and at the test object. In the hands of his test object, I can't even last a second. 1. Huh. Are you scolding brother? Courting death. Don't want. Boom. Open black lens bracket 178 close black lens bracket come on. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The roar shook the sky, and Sweetheart Mask flew out like a rag bag, and slammed into a big tree 100 meters away, hanging upside down and motionless. The embarrassed he finally stopped talking this time. There was no way, he was really stunned. He clearly didn't scold Hazuki just now, but he was beaten again for no reason, and the beating was so miserable that he wanted to cry without tears. Depressed hanging on the tree, with the supernatural recovery ability and vitality, Sweetheart Mask gradually recovered some injuries, and then struggled to get down from the tree. However, the recovery speed of the injury is very slow, much slower than he imagined, which is very different from before. Did purple lightning impede recovery from injury? Terrible little girl. 1. Sweetheart Mask said secretly. This time he didn't say it. He didn't want to be beaten again for no reason. He had had enough of that violent fist. With shock, Sweetheart Mask turned back to look at the little girl at the door of the villa. Thinking of the little girl's terrifying strength like a killing god, Sweetheart Mask walked away silently and limped away. Subsequently, he rested for 3 hours, and after the injury completely recovered, he changed into clean clothes, returned to the headquarters of the Hero Association, and then threw the hero certificate to the top of the association. The task of issuing hero certificates, you leave it to others, I won't take it. Sweetheart Mask turned her head and left after saying that, without any hesitation. Why? Isn't this what you asked for? The association executive asked in confusion. Nothing. 1. Sweetheart Mask replied coldly and left quickly. This kind of behavior confused the senior management of the association. They looked at the departed Sweetheart Mask in puzzlement and discussed with each other what was going on. Strange thing, why do I feel something is wrong with this? Sweet Mask seems to be scared. Impossible, Sweet Mask is the number 1 A pole hero and a hidden S-level master, how could he be afraid? Then why is he walking so fast? Did you notice that his clothes are not the same as before? Is it possible that he was defeated by Hazuki? Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and then fell into deep thought. They vaguely felt that with the character of Sweetheart Mask, it was really possible to challenge Hazuki when the hero certificate was issued. They all know Hazuki's terrifying power, and vaguely feel that Sweet Mask may have been frustrated by the challenge. If I'm not mistaken, Sweet Mask probably lost to Hazuki, which is what happened just now. 1. Advertisement. Someone explained that he did not know that Hazuki had returned to the ninja world, and thought that Hazuki was at home. I think so too, but Hazuki is a super strong who suppresses all weirdos, and it is understandable for Sweet Mask to fail, and I even think he has the courage to challenge the strong. Yeah, I just don't know how long they've been fighting and whether Sweet Mask has caused any trouble for Hazuki. Sweetheart Mask took so long to come back, maybe it took a long time to fight Hazuki. 1. Makes sense. Several senior members of the association said, analyzed the situation according to the information in the photo, and finally decided to investigate the whole story. Send someone to call up the surveillance cameras nearby and see what's going on. Okay. Let's send the intelligence hero Vulture, although his combat effectiveness is not strong, but his intelligence work is excellent, and he also knows how to read lips. Also, this kid has never made a mistake in his lip-reading technique of identifying what the other party is saying through his mouth shape, so let him go. After the high-level discussions of the association, they arranged for the heroic Vulture to investigate the matter, and then they continued to wait. After a few minutes, the hero Vulture rushed back with a solemn expression, holding a black laptop in his hand. Something has happened, something you never expected. The heroic Vulture said loudly. What's the big deal? Did Sweetheart beat Hazuki in reverse? It was a shocking turnaround. If so, then it's really a big deal. Come on, did Sweetheart beat Hazuki? Was there a big reversal? The senior members of the association came over curiously and urged the hero Vulture to speak quickly, looking forward to the next big news. No, Sweet Mask did not challenge Hazuki at all, but had a conflict with a 6-year-old girl. The hero Vulture said strangely. What? Conflict with a little girl, are you sure? Impossible, how could the Sweet Mask bully the little girl, and he doesn't bother to bully the little girl. 100 senior members of the association did not believe it, and all stared at the heroic Vulture with suspicion. You listen to me. The hero Vulture was not angry, but said solemnly, Sweet Mask is not bullying the little girl, but being bullied by the little girl. Bullied by a little girl? Are you kidding me? Are you making fun of us? The faces of the senior members of the association turned cold, and they suspected that the heroic Vulture was making fun of them. I know if you don't believe it, just look at the surveillance video. I simply edited it and added subtitles. Advertisement. The hero Vulture took out his notebook, quickly opened the edited video inside, and played it for everyone to watch. It doesn't matter if you watch it, the scene in the video where the little girl wrapped in purple thunder and lightning beats Sweetheart Mask in seconds with the momentum of thunder really shocked everyone. Even those staff stopped their work, all staring at the video screen in amazement. What a terrifying little girl, she beat Sweetheart Mask with one punch. It's so strong. The face of Sweetheart Mask was swollen. Wait, I know this girl. Her name is Keiko. She is a little girl adopted by Hazuki. Huh, it's really her. So she's so powerful. No, isn't this little girl an ordinary person? Her family was killed by a strange person 2 months ago. The executives of the association were puzzled while watching the video. While admiring the strength of the little girl, they also wondered why the little girl had such strength. When they saw the second half of the video, when they heard the little girl say that she was a failed experimenter, everyone was silent and their eyes widened in horror. A failed experiment. The little girl who defeated Sweet Mask is a failure. Am I hallucinating? It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The failures are so terrible. What is the level of the finished product? And what level will Hazuki, who caused all this, reach? The people of the Hero Association were terrified, their faces turned pale, and they finally felt the tip of the iceberg of Hazuki's strength. I think I can continue to improve Hazuki's hero level, the 3 seem to be a bit low. Someone mentioned. No, there is a tornado on top, and there is no way to improve it, so let's draw this little girl and make her a hero. How about an S-class hero? Good idea. Just do it. After the agreement was completed, the senior management of the association quickly wrote the certificate, led the way by the vulture, and hurried to the small villa of Hazuki's family. They didn't talk nonsense directly, and they invited the little girl Keiko to become an S-class hero. S-class hero. Keiko was also surprised when she heard their invitation. Becoming a hero has always been her dream, so she was very happy with the invitation from the Hero Association. But thinking of the Guardian mission arranged by Hazuki, she shook her head and said, I refuse. 1. Why? This is an S-class hero, and it is the goal that countless people long for. The association executive said. Because I want to guard the small villa for my brother, no one is allowed to enter. Keiko said without hesitation. Guarding the villa. Is guarding the villa more important than an S-class hero? That is an S-class hero, the top title. The association's executives persuaded again. Quote. I know, I also aspire to be a hero, but in my heart, my brother's words are more important than an S-class hero. 1. Keiko spoke decisively, with determination in her big eyes. This advertisement. The senior members of the association were dumbfounded and couldn't figure out why the little girl's thoughts were so extreme. They tried to persuade again, and even offered to send important force to protect the small villa in her place, but unfortunately they were still rejected. With such a result, people in the association couldn't understand how they could only return to the car and drive back. Vulture, do you yearn for the title of S-class hero? Asked the senior management of the association. Of course, that is my life's goal. If I can become an S-class hero, I can wake up laughing when I sleep. Vulture said with a longing. Right, the S-class hero title is so important, but this little girl doesn't even want the S-class hero title in order to take care of the villa for Hazuki. It's really unreasonable. I really can't figure it out. Maybe in that kid's heart, Hazuki's words are really more important. Small world. Hazuki and Makoto were sitting on the sofa, talking about their experiences for a while, and most of the time it was Hazuki talking and Makoto listening. Because Makoto has been staying in the small world during this time, Hazuki has been catching weird people everywhere in Otherworld and seeing a lot of Otherworld scenes. Can that kind of car really run by itself? Don't you need chakra? Makoto asked curiously, rubbing Hazuki's hair. Yes, that's an advanced technique, Li Jiaojiao, and I'll bring a few cars over here. Hazuki rested on Makoto's retreat, enjoying her stroking. There are no cars in the ninja world now, so things in the world of One Punch Man are definitely rare for Makoto. If you like it, I'll take you to Otherworld in the future. Hazuki continued. Don't go now, take me there when you have completed your goal, husband. Makoto said with understanding, not wanting to cause trouble to Hazuki. Well, I'll go back and get more things from that world to open your eyes. Hazuki said, burying his head in Makoto's arms and narrowing his eyes lazily. Well, I'll listen to you. Makoto hugged Hazuki's head gently, enjoying the silence of the moment quietly. Soon after, she found that Hazuki was asleep in her arms, and hurriedly brought the blanket next to him to cover Hazuki, and then smiled and hugged him until a long time passed. Time passed by a little bit, and soon 3 months passed. The world of One Punch Man ushered in the upcoming plot, and Saitama finally appeared in Z City. Small world, in front of Space Gate 2. Hazuki floats quietly, surrounded by thousands of shadow clone and countless powerful guardians. Even the tailed beasts are guarding here, waiting for his orders. The plot is about to start. I don't know what kind of rewards I will get for participating in the plot. I am really looking forward to it. Hazuki said, preparing to step into the small world. Ding. Please choose. Open black lens bracket 179 close black lens bracket unqualified. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ding. Please choose. 1. Win Saitama 5 times. Each time you win, you will be rewarded with 100 small collection packages. 2. Win Saitama 10 times. Each time you win, you will be rewarded with 100 small gift packs. 3. Win Saitama 30 times. Each time you win, you will be rewarded with 100 small gift packs. The mechanical system sound rang in his mind, and Hazuki, who was about to step into the world of One Punch Man, froze slightly, then frowned. Because it is too difficult to win Saitama, Saitama's combat power cannot be described with common sense, and Hazuki's template has not yet reached 100%, which is very troublesome, and the most important thing is that the reward is too low. I only give 100 collection packages every time I win. Is this cheating? Wait, I see. Hazuki's eyes suddenly lit up, and he completely understood the practice of this task, and understood why there were so few rewards. The content requirements of the mission are to let him win Saitama, and it does not say that he must fight, and he can win Saitama from other aspects. For example, playing games with Saitama, painting with Saitama, sculpting with Saitama, playing the piano with Saitama, who is farther than Saitama to pee, who stinks more than Saitama, and even competition various talents etc. You can compete with Saitama in all aspects, and as long as you win, you will be rewarded. Such a task is not difficult at all. Because Hazuki is not afraid of talent the most. In the ninja world, he learned 500 kinds of talent through Shadow Clone for the task. This kind of background can definitely complete the task easily. The task is very simple. Even if you win the third item 30 times, it is easy to complete. If you have more tasks, it would be better. Hazuki said greedily, but 30 times are worth it. If you complete all of them, you will get 3,000 small collection packages, which is equivalent to 3 large collection packages. 3 collection spree is not bad, then I choose the third item. Hazuki chose the third item without hesitation. Ding. After the selection is complete. Come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the voice of the system, Hazuki changed the battle plan and arranged for his subordinates to stay at the entrance of the space gate, while he went to the world of One Punch Man alone. One Punch exceeds 577 people in the world, in the boundless seabed. Hazuki's figure suddenly appeared, then quickly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at the rented villa. Looking at the clean and tidy villa, and perceiving Keiko silently guarding outside the villa, Hazuki sat on the sofa and tapped the void with his right hand. Outside the cottage, Keiko was silently guarding the small villa, but at this moment, she froze abruptly, and then hurried to the door of the villa. Come in. 1. A faint voice came, and Keiko's face was full of joy when she heard this, and then quickly rushed into the villa. Brother, you are back. Advertisement. After Keiko ran into the house, she looked at Hazuki who was sitting on the sofa and hurriedly spoke. Her little face was full of surprise and excitement. Sit down. Hazuki gestured to the sofa beside him. Keiko was a little apprehensive, and sat beside Hazuki obediently, her arm beside him timidly motionless, as obedient as a cute little beast. I've been away for 3 months, has anything happened? Hazuki asked Keiko's little head. There are many. Recently, people often say that my brother is afraid of weird people. I have repaired several people. Keiko thought of something, and Bai's little hand clenched tightly. Oh, let's hear it. Hazuki asked vaguely, guessing something. After my brother left, the number of weirdos gradually increased. Many people thought that my brother would take action, but when you didn't come out, they made irresponsible remarks, saying that you were afraid of weirdos. Afterwards, the number of weirdos became more and more, and you never appeared. Many heroes and weirdos thought you were afraid, and your original fans gradually disappeared because of this. Fortunately, there are still many girls who always support their brother. They often struggle with those who speak slander on the internet, but they have always been at a disadvantage. Keiko spoke quickly, reciting all the major events that happened in the past 3 months, and describing the current situation in as much detail as possible. I see, you said just now that the S-class hero Vest Venerable came to challenge you yesterday. Hazuki asked in confusion. Well, the Hero Association issued me an S-class hero certificate before, but I rejected it. The Venerable Vest heard about this and came to challenge me, and I beat him with 1 punch. Keiko said a little embarrassedly, as if doing so seemed a little violent. She was worried about causing Hazuki's displeasure. Good job. Hazuki nodded approvingly. In fact, the Venerable Vest is also an S-class hero, but it ranks relatively low among the S-class heroes, and the gap with the second place is very large. If such a person is defeated, he will be defeated. Besides, it is a challenge. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. Now Hazuki is more concerned about Saitama, about the progress of the mission and the plot. So he decided to go to Z City and try to complete the mission. I'm going out. You wait for me at home, come back at night. 1. Hazuki told Keiko, and then disappeared in the ripples of the water. Okay, brother. Keiko nodded obediently, blinking her big eyes, thinking about what to eat at night. Z City. On the streets that come and go, a man with a light bulb-like bald head walks slowly, wearing a uniform with a white cloak, which looks like a suit. This seemingly inconspicuous character is Saitama, the Saitama demon king with invincible abilities, and he has just returned from the supermarket sale. That slouchy state, that seemingly uninteresting appearance, is simply without any bright spots, if the only thing that attracts people is his big bald head. Advertisement. The strange eyes that were cast from time to time on the road, as well as the voices of some girls laughing, came from the big bald head. But he didn't pay attention to this, just walked on his own. But at this time, the space was slightly rippling, and Hazuki, who was wearing a jet black mask and exuding a mysterious temperament, suddenly appeared, blocking Saitama's front. Finally Saitama appeared. 1 inch. Hazuki spoke quietly, his eyes under the pitch-black blindfold exuded a blue-red light, carefully sizing the terrifying bald head. What are you doing blocking the road? Saitama asked with his eyes slightly closed, without the slightest expression on his face. Nothing. Hazuki answered indifferently, his voice was a nice magnetic voice. Coupled with his handsome face and mysterious attire, the mysterious temperament exuded invisibly has attracted the attention of countless people in an instant. Yeah, that's Hazuki-kun, the mysterious hero Hazuki-kun. A girl in the distance suddenly said. God, it's really him, so handsome. So handsome, my Hazuki, CJDH, sauce finally showed up, it's great. 5 or 6 cute girls got together and talked a lot after discovering Hazuki, which also attracted more people's attention. Among these people, the men all rejected Hazuki, but the girls tried their best to approach Hazuki from all directions, crowding around Hazuki as if they had seen a star. Can Hazuki-chan sign me? Can Hazuki-chan take a picture with me? Hazuki-chan, why haven't I seen you recently? Are you busy? A large group of Yingyangyanyan girls surrounded Hazuki, chatting and asking with big eyes, as if they were treating a star, surrounding Hazuki. Well, something has happened recently. Hazuki replied with a smile that made the girls around him scream in surprise. Saitama, who was not far away, had already been squeezed into the outer circle. He scratched his cheeks and looked at this scene blankly. For a while he didn't understand what was going on. But he didn't particularly care about this, he just felt that Hazuki, surrounded by girls, seemed a little happy. Ding! Your appearance surpasses Saitama, congratulations on getting 300 small gift packs. Ding! Your female fans surpass Saitama, congratulations on getting 300 small gift packs. The sound of the mechanical system sounded in his mind. Hazuki paused for a while when he heard the sound, and then looked at Saitama outside the crowd. At this moment, Saitama was still in a slack posture, and it seemed that nothing could arouse his interest, but for some unknown reason, he stayed in place for a long time. Hazuki originally planned to get acquainted with Saitama, but found that the mission seemed to have a different path, and he tried to understand this path. Advertisement. Hazuki-chan, will you still fight monsters in the future? A white-haired woman with glasses suddenly came over, hugged Hazuki's right arm tightly, and asked. Hazuki-chan, you didn't show up during this time, those weirdos started to do evil again, you must punish them well. On the other side, a little loli wearing a cat ear hairpin came over and chatted with Hazuki's left hand. The rest of the girls continued to crowd close to Hazuki, and from time to time someone asked Hazuki to sign, taking the opportunity to take advantage of Hazuki twice. At this moment, Hazuki is surrounded by countless girls like stars holding the moon, making the men around him envious and jealous. Only Saitama in the distance remained calm. He looked at Hazuki who was being held by the spectacled woman, scratched his head and said, it seems like a hero with fans. After Saitama finished speaking, he walked towards the house, but he didn't know why, he thought it would be good to have female fans. Saitama's departure did not cause much disturbance, except for Hazuki looking back at him. Few people paid attention to him. The girls were still trying to surround Hazuki, blushing and saying a few words from time to time. There was even a cute girl who passed out happily because she shook hands with Hazuki. Hazuki was very helpless. However, in order to test the way to complete the mission, Hazuki did not intend to leave, but waited for the upcoming TV reporters while interacting with the girls. Hazuki thought of a way and planned to test it on TV to see if he could get the task reward. Soon, as he expected, the scene appeared, and the reporters and filming staff of the TV station hurried over. Even the higher-ups of the Hero Association showed up, and they invited Hazuki to join the Hero Association for the first time. Sorry, I'm not interested in joining the Hero Association. Hazuki refused without hesitation. Why? Do you think it is inappropriate for the third-ranked hero of the S rank? We can continue to talk. The high-level hero of the Hero Association said in confusion. No need. Hazuki shook his head in rejection. This Hero Association was funded and established by a certain wealthy man, and the individual high-level officials in it were quite dirty and had all kinds of secret deals. Such a place was not qualified to let him join. So Hazuki said indifferently, I will not join the Hero Association, because the Hero Association is not qualified to let me join. What? The senior members of the association were stunned when they heard this, and looked at Hazuki unimaginably. You must know that the Hero Association is the strongest organization, and it is an existence that countless people yearn for, but today it was ruthlessly rejected, and the reason for the rejection was that the Hero Association was not qualified. With such an answer, the choked top of the association had nothing to say, and the surrounding civilians also looked incredulous. On the contrary, those lovely cute girls still support Hazuki unswervingly, no matter what choice he makes, they will silently support him. 180 Close black lens bracket participate in the plot. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Saitama's house. After returning home, Saitama turned on the TV, just saw Hazuki being interviewed, and heard Hazuki's refusal. This Hazuki seems to be very famous and declined the invitation to be the third S-class hero. Saitama spoke silently, thinking about whether he should also improve his fame, but he felt so bored that he could not be interested. So he still looked at the TV indifferently, and Yuzai reclined. The other side. Surrounded by countless girls children of Yingyangyanyan. Ding. Congratulations to the master for surpassing Saitama's fame, reward 100 small gift bags. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the sound of the system, Hazuki's lips curled into a smile, and he completely understood the task. This task is actually easy and simple, and difficult to say. Like the fame and female fans just now, he already had it, but before that, he didn't have the task reward, that is, he didn't complete the task. The reason for this is probably that Saitama doesn't know, and only when Saitama knows about it can he complete the task and get the reward. After trying to figure out how to complete the task, Hazuki gently stroked his hair under the camera, and then the green light flashed, and the whole person floated and flew in this light. Such a miraculous ability caused countless female fans to exclaim, and the cute and pretentious girl with glasses took the opportunity to put a small note into Hazuki's hands. Later, this flying ability was also recorded by the camera and passed to thousands of households. Saitama's house. Saitama, who was lying down, looked at the TV screen and said while eating, flying seems to be quite useful. Saitama scratched his head after speaking, and then looked at Hazuki's hair on TV, and suddenly didn't want to watch TV. Ding. Congratulations to the owner's hair for being paid attention to by Saitama, and rewarded with 100 small gift bags. Ding. Congratulations to the master's ability to be known to Saitama, reward 100 small gift bags. Ding. Do you find that the system loopholes are repaired, and you can get the remaining 2,500 small gift packages immediately after repairing them? The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and Hazuki, who came to the sky above Z City, paused slightly. I didn't expect it to be a loophole task, no wonder it's so simple, but it's quite good to be able to complete the task immediately and get rewards, so let's fix it. Hazuki said without hesitation. Ding. Please use your soul power to repair system loopholes, the system cannot repair major loopholes. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical sound came again, and Hazuki came to a dark area with the system sound. There is where his soul is, and in the hand of his soul, he is holding a small glowing crystal. There are many deep cracks on this small crystal, the smallest of which shows the word repair, which is obviously a scarred system. I remember when I first got the system, There were so many big cracks, and after so many years, only small cracks were repaired, and the big cracks needed my help. Hazuki was very surprised, but he was not sure that the repair was complete, so he could only mobilize his soul force with the intention of trying, and then slowly attached to the system crystal to try to repair it. It actually works. Investigating the smallest cracks in the crystal for signs of healing, Hazuki was pleasantly surprised, and also found some systematic information on the repair process. Advertisement. It turned out that the system interfered with the Hokage world plot through me, and then obtained the power of the world to repair itself. Unfortunately, the system's self-repair has reached its limit, and the rest cannot be repaired. Hazuki finally understood why there were so many tasks that interfered with the plot in the past. That is, the system gained gains during the interference process, and then repaired its own cracks. But the rest of the rift system can't be restored, only with the help of Hazuki. This made Hazuki more and more curious about his own soul, and at the same time he understood the function of the system. Ding! The repair is completed. Congratulations to the owner for getting 2,500 small collection packages. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Please choose 1. Play a game with blowing snow. Reward 100 small gift packs to collect. 2. Have a fight with the rolls. Reward 500 small gift packs to collect. 3. Fight with Saitama to your heart's content. Arouse his battle Yuang. Reward 5% Saitama template. There is a god level choice again. This third choice seems difficult, but there is no requirement for victory or defeat, so it seems that it is not difficult. Hazuki looked at the new choice and said. With the ability to revive, Hazuki is not afraid to fight against Saitama, and the 5% is still very much expected by him. There is no time limit for this key task. Then Hazuki could challenge Saitama at any time, so he chose the third option without hesitation. Ding! After choosing, Master, come on. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the sound of the system, Hazuki checked the cracked system, then shook his head, disappearing in a circle of ripples. When he appeared again, he had returned to the small world. Next, it's time to open the collection spree. Hazuki said that he quickly exchanged the small gift bag for 3 large gift bags, and then chose to open it without hesitation. Ding! Whether to open the collection package. Close black lens bracket. Of course. Hazuki nodded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for getting 5% resurrection protection. Ding! Congratulations to the master for getting 5% physical immunity protection. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for getting 5% Saitama template. Ding! Hyuga Hazuki. The Otsutsuki clan. Protection. 10% resurrection protection, 5% physical immunity protection. Template. Volume template. 95% Saitama template. Blood followers. 9 Tomo Rinnegan, left, Rinne Sharingan, right eye. Physical immunity protection. There is still such an existence. Can it be said that 100% physical immunity can be achieved? Hazuki was astonished. Knowing more about the world, of course, is the most important thing to do when the stage is over. Wait first. I can also gain the power of the world by participating in the plot, so let's see what benefits this thing has. Hazuki decided not to rush to participate in the mission, but chose to wait silently, waiting for the first powerful monster in the plot to appear. Advertisement. A few days later. A city. Hazuki walked silently on the lively streets, leisurely watching the surrounding scene. The place where the first weirdo appeared in memory was City A. The name of that geek is Vaccine Man, who claims to be a geek who was born according to the will of the earth in order to prevent human beings from continuing to pollute the environment. As soon as it appeared, it destroyed a large area and destroyed the entire City A. In the end, Saitama appeared and killed the Vaccine Man with one punch. However, the emergence of this Vaccine Man has caused countless casualties and made many children homeless, which is very hateful. It's interfering with the plot anyway. Can I try to achieve 0 casualties? It seems a bit difficult. Hazuki frowned secretly. His current abilities can already be used freely in this world, and there are no longer any restrictions. But the appearance of the strange person was very random, and it was difficult to determine where it appeared. Hazuki arranged several shadow clones in City A for this purpose. Ding! Reminder! The plot is about to come. The plot is about to come, please pay attention. Close black lens bracket. The sudden appearance of the mechanical sound of the system also shocked Hazuki. Since it's zero casualties, let's try it. Hazuki quickly took off the blindfold, and the whole person flew into the sky quickly. Nine Tomo's left eye turned rapidly, and the ability of space began to ripple rapidly, sweeping the entire city in an instant. Boom. The earthquake trembled. An earthquake suddenly occurred in the center of a certain building in City A, and a tall tentacled monster emerged from the ground, exuding a terrifying aura. Die. All damned human beings should die. The earth is a living body. Human beings continue to pollute the environment, and I was born according to the will of the earth to destroy human beings. Ha ha ha. The vaccine man laughed wildly, and his white light balls swayed around his body. Terrifying fluctuations were emitted around these light balls, and then these light balls shot out like cannonballs. Ask for flowers. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions sounded continuously in City A, easily blowing up countless buildings and houses, causing the entire city to fall into catastrophe. Its appearance also shocked the high-level officials of the Hero Association. They hurriedly analyzed the level of the eccentric and dispatched heroes to the rescue. But the vaccine man is too powerful. It is a powerful monster that can destroy several cities, and its strength makes the city on the verge of being destroyed in an instant. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded incessantly. The terrifying shock wave destroyed countless buildings, and a large number of humans were buried in the soil, screaming in the smoke. At the same time, the deeds about this incident were also broadcast on TV, and Saitama, who was far away in Z City, also saw the crisis-ridden City A. Go for a while. Saitama turned off the TV and got up to act, and with his terrifying power, he came to City A in a short period of time. It's just that he saw Hazuki floating in the sky for the first time, and the vaccine people raging below. Why didn't you stop him? Saitama asked with a frown. Stop it in a while. Hazuki floated quietly in the sky, listening to the wonderful voice. Advertisement. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world +1. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world +1. Boom boom boom. The explosion continued to rage, and several buildings collapsed and tilted amid countless screams, and countless people were buried in an instant. You are not a hero. Saitama said something to Hazuki, ready to stop the vaccine man, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped again, then turned his head to face Hazuki. Your ability is so special that you can actually do this. Saitama said, finally having a hint of curious interest. Well, when I have time to fight back, I'll stop the vaccine man first. After Hazuki finished speaking, he disappeared in the ripples of the water, and when he reappeared, he was not far from the vaccine person. At the moment, the vaccine man is stretching his huge right hand, grabbing the crying little girl in front of him, and clenching the girl with crazy killing intent. This is the vaccine man, it's ugly. Hazuki looked at the vaccine man and said lightly. Huh, what are you talking about so ugly? I am a life born on the earth, in order to destroy you people on earth. You see, the people in this city are about to be killed by me, ha ha ha. And this crying child, I will crush her to death. The vaccine man said, his huge right hand grabbed the little girl, and then squeezed suddenly. Bang! The sound of the air being squeezed came. Hazuki watched this scene quietly, watching without moving. You keep killing, I'll see if you can kill one. Hazuki sneered. Damn, what's going on? How is this possible? The vaccine man looked at the intact little girl in his hand, and it was dumbfounded. My strength is enough to crush any object, how can I not kill a little girl? Give me death. Bang bang bang. The vaccine man continued to pinch wildly, but the little girl was still intact, and even the little girl stopped crying, but looked at the vaccine man blankly. It's impossible, it's impossible. The vaccine man panicked, looked at the little girl in his hands in disbelief, and then looked at the buildings in the surrounding ruins. Soon a figure appeared from the ruins, climbed out without any injuries, and stared blankly at the huge vaccine man. How is this possible? Why is this? Is the human body so terrible? The vaccine man said in awe. Yeah, so you shouldn't be born. Hazuki continued to smile, not in a hurry to capture the vaccine man, but to maximize the interest. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world +1. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world plus one. Superior. 181, the person who should have died. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The mechanical voice kept ringing in his mind, and Hazuki quietly savored the joy of harvest. This kind of world power can completely water the world tree in the small world, and can bear all kinds of magical fruits, and eating this fruit Hazuki will get a mysterious harvest. What will be the harvest? I'm looking forward to it. Hazuki whispered and turned to look at the vaccine man. The next step is to clean up you. Clean me up. What kind of messy guy dares to say such big things? But I was born according to the will of the earth, in order to destroy you human beings. 1. The vaccine man was completely enraged by Hazuki's words, and in his rage, it began to grow wildly, grow bigger, and become stronger. In a short period of time, the number of vaccine people who were originally tall has increased several times in an instant. The teeth even turned into terrifying fangs, with blood-red light in his eyes, and the little girl was still gripped by the sharp claws. You humans are delusional against me. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? All humans should die, die. The vaccine man roared, killing intent like a sea of boiling. To shut up. Boom. The bombardment echoed, and Hazuki's voice exploded all around, forming a turbulent air wave. The vaccine man pierced through the sky like a sharp sword amid the crackling sound. The whole person hunched over, vomited blood and soared rapidly, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he stared at Hazuki, who was holding the little girl below. 577 inches, how is that possible? I am the apostle of the earth, and you took the hostage from me in an instant and kicked me away with one kick. This is impossible. The vaccine man roared, but his body still soared without hesitation, which was kicked by a huge force. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world plus one. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world plus one. Tisk tisk. I thought the plot was almost over, but I didn't expect that beating you could continue. 1. Hazuki put down the little girl in his hand and looked at the vaccine man in the sky with a sneer. Next, please experience the feeling of playing football. 1. What does it feel like to do football? Vaccine was at a loss. Boom. Severe pain swept through the whole body, and the vaccine man who flew upwards rolled out sideways, and he was kicked and flew thousands of meters without even the slightest resistance. Boom. Ow. It hurts to death. Stop now. I am the birth of the will of the earth. Boom. The sound of the air explosion shook the sky, the terrifying wind pressure raged, and the screams continued to echo in the sky. Advertisement. The vaccine man flew around like a broken football in the sky, and was kicked and rolled horribly. Around it, blurry afterimages continued to appear and disappear, and they couldn't be captured at all, but every time the afterimages appeared, it gave the vaccine person a heavy blow. Boom boom boom. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world plus one. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world plus one. Blah blah blah. The propellers of the helicopter turned and quickly approached the battle in the sky. Several reporters took the cameras and locked on the top, broadcasting live. The return of the king is definitely the return of the king. That weird person's rating is dragon level, and he is a terrifying existence that can destroy several cities, but you look at the sky, you look at that weird person. That's right, the weirdo was being beaten, and was beaten by Hazuki-kun. This scene is unimaginable. Hazuki-kun is too strong, and it makes no sense. 1. The reporters were spitting foam at the camera, and their emotions were completely overwhelmed. Because the battle in the sky is so terrifying, the dragon-level vaccine man, the vaccine man who can easily destroy several cities, has been beaten in a terrible way. Boom. A terrifying shock wave appeared, traversing the sky with unimaginable power, instantly splitting the white clouds in the sky into two. My God. How is this possible? The reporter holding the microphone was stunned, looking at this terrifying scene unimaginably, looking at the miraculously horrified scene. It's too strong. It's really too strong. The reporter has forgotten his own job, and he only knows how to exclaim while holding the box. But no one blamed her at the moment, because everyone was terrified by this scene, and countless people watching TV were stunned. Nearby city, in Fubuki's residence. Fubuki, who has a mature royal sister fan, is leaning on the sofa and watching TV lazily, Watching the scene of Hazuki beating the vaccine person in the sky, her beautiful eyes are full of envy. This Hazuki is really powerful, it would be great if he were my subordinate. The big beauty Fuyuki murmured. Sister Fukiyuki, you should give up. Hazuki-kun is very arrogant. He doesn't even look down on his status as the third S rank in the Hero Association. He can't agree. Lily, the assistant next to him, said. It's really arrogant, but if this big beauty makes a move, he will definitely become my subordinate. When he adds my strength, he will be able to compete with my elder sister Tornado. Kuishui said confidently with her smooth short hair, and her bumpy figure exuded a strong charm. Just like a ripe fruit, people couldn't help but take a bite. Sister Fukiyuki, you don't think Hazuki-kun can't beat Master Tornado? Assistant Lily asked suspiciously. Isn't it? Big sister is the second of the S rank. Fushui Zhang's lips lightly parted. No, Hazuki-kun is stronger. You can see that he beat the dragon-level monster into a ball. Assistant Lily defended. That's because you haven't seen my elder sister make a real shot, the second place in the S rank, but after the actual battle, my elder sister's strength is too strong. 1. Advertisement. Kuishui said. There was a hint of disappointment in her beautiful eyes, but this time, when she was talking and watching TV. A terrifying scene suddenly appeared on the TV screen. It was a picture of a shock wave traversing the sky, and it was a shocking scene that split the white clouds in the sky into two. This scene was easily captured by Fubuki, and she was so frightened that she stood up straight. My god, the strong moon is really so strong. Kuishui was trembling all over, her big eyes were full of disbelief, and Lily, who was standing next to her, was so startled that she opened her mouth slightly, and was motionless like a goose. The atmosphere at the scene was completely frozen, and the two stopped talking, but stared at the TV screen for a long time without saying a word. Lily, you're right, Hazuki is really better than her elder sister. Fubuki said in a low voice. Yes, but although I thought he was strong before, it was too strong. With such an existence, would you still recruit him? Of course, with the excellence of this beautiful woman, I don't believe that I can't recruit him. Kuishui clenched her small fist, bit her lips with her teeth, and showed a determined attitude. Why don't I go and recruit him for you? Hazuki-kun prefers small and delicate girls like me. Lily said with a blush on her face. Fubuki was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Lily strangely. Lily, you've been writing secretly for the past 2 days, is it related to Hazuki? Fubuki said, staring at Lily's eyes. What? I didn't write a love letter. No, I. Lily was about to cry, but she didn't even try to fight herself. She was so ashamed that she even wanted to find a hole to get in. It turned out to be a love letter. Did you give it to him? Fubuki asked curiously. It has been mailed, but I don't know if he received it or not. In fact, I have been following Hazuki-kun for a long time, and I have collected a lot of information about him. I like him very much. Lily lowered her head, and said embarrassedly, holding the corner of her clothes with her little hands. So it is. 1. Fubuki suddenly continued. Show me his information, I'm very curious about him, to see what he was like in the past. Well, you'll know when you watch it. Hazuki-kun is super good, maybe you'll have a crush on him too. Lily said teasingly, and quickly opened her laptop. My lady's standards for mate selection are very high, and most people are not qualified to be my boyfriend. Besides, don't you like him? Kuishui blinked and said. What's the use of liking? There are at least hundreds of people who have written love letters in the Hazuki fan group, and there are tens of thousands of people in the entire fan group. Lily said disappointedly. That's it. 1. Fubuki didn't know what to say, but after watching the end of the battle on TV, she sat back on the sofa again and looked at her notebook carefully. It doesn't matter when she sees it. Then Hazuki's detailed information became more and more surprised, and she was so shocked that she couldn't care about anything, and she fell into it completely. The other side. Advertisement. Over the ruins of City A, Hazuki floated quietly, looking down at everything, looking down at the entire city. Since your strength is so strong, why didn't you stop this weirdo in advance? Many areas in City A were destroyed, and many people died. A low-level hero rushed over and roared loudly, with anger in his voice. Because that's what it was, and who told you that a lot of people died? Hazuki said indifferently. He acted according to the degree of destruction of City A in the plot, and also in order to earn the power of the world, although he was a little selfish, but he saved the lives of these people, so no one has the right to question him. The building has collapsed so much, how dare you say no one died? The low-level hero continued to roar. Those people are indeed not dead. Saitama came out at this time and pointed to the humans in the surrounding ruins. Impossible. The low-level hero shouted and turned his head, and found that the people came out of the ruins intact, with no dust on their bodies, and they were clean as if they had not fought. How is this going? The low-level hero was startled, his eyes widened. Not only he was shocked, everyone was puzzled, even Saitama turned to look at Hazuki. What kind of ability is Hazuki? It feels good. 3.7 inches, it's just the use of space. Hazuki said lightly, spreading his arms in the green light. Boom. Countless ruins stirred apart, and all the people who were covered in the ruins floated up at the same time, and gradually floated in the air with horror. You should have died. I saved you, but you should not exist in this world. I will give you a more stable residence. Go. Hazuki said that everyone disappeared in the wave of his hand, and they were all brought into the small world, and at the same time, they were given a more stable living environment. Ding. A huge amount of energy is introduced into the small world, and your world tree grows wildly. Close black lens bracket. Ding. World tree watering the power of the world can grow mysterious fruits. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Complete the vaccine man plot, the power of the world plus 300. It's another 300 world power, which is a really good gain. Hazuki smiled and returned to the small world in the water ripples, and came to the area where the world tree is located. The world at this moment is huge, as tall and straight as a towering tree. However, it only grew in size, but did not bear fruit. Obviously, it lacked the power of the world. With a hint of curiosity, Hazuki gently touched the world tree with his right hand, pouring the power of the world he had just acquired into it, and a green light shone in an instant. Whoa whoa whoa. P.S. It seems that no one is watching, it is meaningless in the liver. Open black lens bracket 182 close black lens bracket Y. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Whoa whoa whoa. The towering world tree swayed slightly, and the feeling of joy floated, as if thanking Hazuki. Hazuki molds the world tree, can feel a kind of intimate feeling, very warm. Come on. Work hard and bear fruit soon, I will earn more world power for you. Hazuki said encouragingly. Whoa whoa whoa. The world tree swayed again, and the green light became more intense, gradually covering Hazuki. Huh. What a strong vitality. Hazuki spread out his hands and clearly felt a strong vitality. If such vitality was used to heal an injury, it would definitely heal any serious injury with ease. I didn't expect that world tree actually has such an ability, which is really good. Hazuki said with a smile, his eyes fixed on the branches of the world tree, because with the power of the world, a small fruit gradually grew on the branches. Is it fruiting so soon? It's just so small, does it need more world power to mature? Hazuki asked curiously that all his world power had been poured into the world tree, but unfortunately only a small fruit was barely produced. Whoa whoa whoa. The world tree continued to sway, and a vine spread out, dragging Hazuki to the fruit, as if inviting his touch. Are you asking me to mold this fruit? Hazuki asked in surprise. Whoa whoa whoa. The world tree continued to shake, as if a child was expressing something. It is good. Hazuki stretched out his right hand and gently touched the fruit, and a message passed into his mind in an instant. Open black lens bracket world tree fruit. 31% maturity, fully ripe and edible. Close black lens bracket. Maturity 31%. So fast, doesn't it mean that as long as you participate in a few more episodes, you can eat this fruit? Hazuki said in surprise, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The plot of the world of One Punch Man is quite frequent, and those weird people keep appearing to try to destroy human beings. As long as Hazuki is willing, he can definitely easily obtain a lot of world power. That's really good. What's the next episode of 29? The Turbulent Mosquito Girl. No. I think about it. Hazuki tilted his head and began to ponder the next episode. I thought of it. The second plot is about giants. They waved their hands and killed tens of thousands of giants. It's in D City, Where I live. Hazuki recalled the previous plot, thinking of the eccentric who destroyed City D and City B, he gradually frowned. To be honest, this kind of random killing plot, this kind of wanton killing is really uncomfortable. This is very different from the Hokage ninja world, where fighting for belief is very different. Forget it. Since I'm in City D, I can't let the giants make trouble. I just took the opportunity to collect another wave of humans, but. However, humans can't collect too much, and it must be in line with the expansion of the small world, otherwise there will be insufficient living space. After Hazuki murmured, he placed his right hand on the world tree and gave a secret order. Boom. Advertisement. The earth trembled slightly, the expansion of the world began to change according to his will, and the area where the world tree was gradually separated. At the same time, 4 large villas were relocated and placed in the 4 corners of the world tree. This is his, Makoto, Kushina, and Tsunade's original villa, except that only Makoto is in it among the 4 villas. While Tsunade manages Konoha in the ninja world, Kushina is arranging for the newly migrated population, and only Makoto is sewing clothes for him, while waiting for his return at any time. Husband, where is this place? The door of the villa opened, and the beautiful Makoto walked out of the villa, and then she blinked her eyes and looked around in confusion. This is our new place to live, do you like it? Hazuki hugged Makoto's waist and kissed her sweet lips. As long as you're by your side, you can be anywhere. Makoto kissed Hazuki back and said softly. Nice. Hazuki kissed Makoto a few more times, and let her go until her cheeks turned crimson, but Hazuki's big hand still hugged her slender waist. Makoto couldn't do anything like this. She raised her slender index finger and tapped Hazuki's forehead lightly. You are the master of the world, and it will be seen that it will not affect you well. It's okay. This is my world, I have the final say, and kissing my wife is normal. Hazuki said in the form of a princess hug, holding Makoto in his arms. I really can't take you. Makoto had no choice but to let Hazuki hold her, but she was very curious about this new environment, so she turned her head and glanced around, watching the huge world tree. It would be perfect if there were some orange trees and vegetables, and then I would feed my husband's favorite oranges. Makoto never forgets Hazuki's hobbies and always thinks of Hazuki wherever he goes. It's simple. Hazuki's thoughts moved slightly, and the green light rippled in an instant. With this light, a large number of plants quickly grew around the world tree. These plants include fruit trees, vegetables, and various flowers and plants, which can be said to be perfect. This area has also changed into a sea of plants in a short period of time. So beautiful, how did you do it, husband? Didn't you have to develop it yourself before? Makoto was very surprised, and looked left and right in Hazuki's arms, his face full of disbelief. Because your husband has become stronger again, he will become stronger in the future, and of course there will be more and more things, so I will leave the world tree to you to take care of me. Hazuki floated in the air with Makoto in his arms, and spoke while looking down at the area. Well, husband, I will try my best to help you. Makoto nodded obediently, and vowed to help Hazuki. Really good wife. Hazuki smiled and kissed her, then looked down, looking down at everything. Hazuki. Who? Hazuki frowned, as if someone was calling him again and again these days. But he didn't pay much attention to thinking that it was the reason why he missed too much. With the increase in the population of the small world, as he continues to absorb the energy of the ninja world and the world of One Punch Man, his small world is getting more and more perfect, and at the same time, he has more and more control over the small world. Like the previous space ability, space confinement, space shuttle, space isolation, space barrier, and space gate are all due to the small world, and they are of great help to him. Advertisement. In addition to the space ability, there are many abilities that can be used in the small world, such as the environmental changes just now, such as changing the geographical changes of the small world, and so on. These abilities are all control over the small world, although most of this control can only be used in the small world, but if it continues, in the future, he will be the god of the small world, the master of everything, and his thoughts can change everything. Of course, that's still a long way off, and Hazuki still has a long way to go. Husband, go back to the ninja world to see Tsunade's sister, I haven't seen her for several days. Makoto thought of something and said softly. Tomorrow, I'll go see Kushina first and arrange the newly added population. Hazuki said softly. Okay. Remember to visit Tsunade's sister. Don't worry, I know what to do. Hazuki carried Makoto back to the villa, put her on the tatami, and disappeared in circles of water ripples. The land north area of the small world, above the huge square. Kushina stood on the high platform and looked down quietly, watching the ninjas arrange housing for the newly joined humans. These people from the world of One Punch Man stood there, quietly waiting for the issuance of the house certificate. With so many people pouring into the small world, it is very troublesome to arrange, and it is very complicated to think about various aspects. Fortunately, most people are very grateful for Hazuki's life-saving grace and happily accept the current life, but there are still people who are very dissatisfied, complaining about unfairness or something. I don't want that house. What a broken wooden house. My house is a luxury villa. Why let me live in this wooden house? I don't live. A fat man wearing a gold chain roared, his fat body squeezed out of the crowd, and threw the certificate in his hand on the ground. It would be nice to pick it up and assign you a house. When we came here, we didn't even have basic housing. A ninja walked over and said coldly. I won't pick it up. Let me tell you, I have a lot of powerful experts under my command. My father is a senior member of the association. If I anger me, I will be responsible for the consequences. Fatty roared. At your own risk. I wonder what the consequences are. The ninja sneered again and again, and the kunai in his hand turned rapidly, flashing like a butterfly through flowers. Fatty was also a little flustered when he saw this, but he looked at the two bodyguards beside him and said coldly, get on me and beat him. Yes. Bang bang. As soon as the two bodyguards took their steps, they flew backwards and fell to the ground, unable to get up. It's weak. The ninja said coldly, turn to look at the fat man, pick it up, or they will be your fate. The fat man was a little panicked, but he rolled his eyes and shouted loudly, I am the son of the top of the association, whoever helps me take him down, and who will give him a villa when I go back. What? A villa? When everyone heard this, there was a commotion, and the eyes of some foolish fellows changed when they saw the money, and they were faintly wanting to move. What happened? A slender figure flew from the sky, floating in the air like a queen, exuding a terrifying aura. There were Rinnegan ripples on the edge of her eyes, which was Kushina, who had already surpassed cage level after taking the blood potion. Advertisement. Lord Kushina, this fat man is making trouble. The ninja knelt down on one knee and saluted, and then recounted the matter in its entirety. I see. Kushina looked at the fat man indifferently after hearing this. She must have hesitated to encounter such a thing before, but later learned some management methods from Hazuki, and even Hazuki told her that it would be better to be punished or killed directly when encountering such an incident. So, Kushina exuded strong chakra fluctuations, and said indifferently, arrange this fat man to pick up the dung, and if he doesn't accept it, he will kill him directly. What? When everyone heard this, 577 was stunned, and looked at Kushina in the sky in horror. They lived in a society ruled by law, and for the first time they encountered a matter of killing someone if they disagreed. Although others destroy, but the monster itself is evil, and now the other party is human. But the queen-like management style scared everyone away from making trouble, and lined up meekly one by one. A very dangerous woman, she will kill if she disagrees. 1. It is estimated that she is a cold-blooded and ruthless woman, let's be careful and don't make trouble. 1. Yes, this woman is likely to be the queen who rules with bloody violence, everyone must be careful. People whispered, keeping their voices as low as possible, reminding their companions not to make trouble, and looking at Kushina with a hint of fear. Above the sky, Kushina deliberately glanced at everyone indifferently, and then floated back to the high platform to stand like a queen, still exuding strong fluctuations. Such fluctuations frightened no one to make trouble again, and they all queued up honestly. But at this time, just in the atmosphere of fear, Hazuki's figure appeared from the space, landed on a high platform not far from Kushina, and then, under the gaze of people, even waved to Kushina. It's Hazuki-kun. Some people who had been rescued by Hazuki wanted to speak to remind Hazuki not to provoke Kushina, but they didn't dare to make a sound and could only gesture with their eyes. When the fat man who fell to the ground saw this scene, he thought of Hazuki taking him to this unknown place, and hated him. then looked at it mockingly, waiting for Hazuki to collapse. Then, under all eyes, under everyone's attention, Kushina suddenly showed a sweet smile, and then rushed towards Hazuki with small feet. Husband, you're here. Kushina jumped into Hazuki's arms and curled up like a cute kitten. Such a sudden change in the style of painting made the people on the scene completely dumbfounded. Everyone looked at this scene dully, watching Kushina transform from a queen to a cute girl. The fat man who was waiting to watch the show was also confused. He was clearly the cold, bloody and violent queen just now, but why did Hazuki change his appearance? The fat man looked at him with envy, jealousy and hatred, and even his face turned green. An unfair feeling was brewing in his heart. Why? Stop muttering. Let's go, fatty, the task of picking up the dung is yours. The ninja next to him mentioned the fatty and walked away. I don't want to pick shit, I don't dare anymore. Open black lens bracket 183 close black lens bracket too strong. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The screams like killing pigs echoed in the square, causing everyone to look sideways, and many people shook their heads secretly about Fatty's life. Of course, more people are gloating at the misfortune, secretly scolding the fat idiot, and don't know how to use their brains. On the high platform, Kushina said in Hazuki's arms, her big eyes flickering, husband, can I deal with the troublesome fat man like this? Yes, the population will increase in the future, and management will be a big problem, so severe punishment can be used directly to let these people experience the cruelty of the genin world. Hazuki rubbed Kushina's little head and said, not blaming her at all, but encouraged her and planned to train her to be a manager of a small world. In the future, he will continue to explore various worlds and things in the small world, and he will definitely need someone he can trust. While Makoto is in charge of taking care of the world tree, Tsunade will definitely manage the ninja world in the future, and he will definitely not have time to manage the small world. Therefore, the management of the small world can only be handed over to Kushina, not to mention, this girl is actually very talented. In other words, many people in the ninja world are talented and can be entrusted with important tasks in the future, and even fight for him in the world. Go back and get Uchiha Madara out. Without the Fourth Ninja World War, Madara is still in the Pure Land, and so are first Hokage and second Hokage. Hazuki said secretly, preparing to collect more subordinates. Of course, Otsutsuki Kagaya will also release them. After all, this is a promise with Black Zetsu, and he will also accept them as subordinates. As for the hidden Otsutsuki clan in the ninja world, as well as the Otsutsuki family, Hazuki didn't pay attention to it for the time being, and went to clean up when he had time. It can be said that the entire ninja world has completely changed since he subdued the Shao organization. The Nine Tails chaos did not happen, and the entire ninja world took a big turn. And Hazuki has arranged for Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to go to the small world and develop the small world on the other side, busy in the dark. In the future, there will be more and more people. Go back and get those guys in the ninja world and let them manage a group of people, so I don't have to worry about it. Hazuki thought for a while and decided to squeeze those people in the ninja world. It happened that they had nothing to do and had a long lifespan, so they were suitable for squeezing. After deciding on the future idea, Hazuki began to chat with Kushina to discuss the future development of the world, and let her be responsible for the overall planning of the small world and so on. And when he was with Kushina, the One Punch Man world was completely boiled over because the vaccine man was killed. Those who say that Hazuki is afraid of weird people are self-defeating, and many people with ulterior motives are too scared to speak, and no one dares to look down on Hazuki. Advertisement. Hero Association Headquarters. The senior members of the association sat at the meeting table and waited, preparing to have a regular meeting with all the heroes to discuss the issue of Hazuki. Jermit, have you notified the S-class heroes? Quote. The rest of the executives asked. Notice, but the S-class heroes are arrogant and arrogant. Among them, there are 3 S-classes who are fighting monsters. Although they agreed to come, it would be good to be able to come half this time. The important member of Gemmet shook his head. Yeah, it's not an emergency meeting after all, it's just talking about Hazuki, it's understandable that they don't come. Yes, in the previous emergency meeting, only half of the people often came. The 6th S rank Metal Knight was often absent. This time, there are 3 S-rank battles, and it is estimated that they will not be able to come. The executives of the association were talking a lot, knowing that there would be a lot of people who would be absent this time, but the association decided to hold a regular meeting about Hazuki's rescue of the vaccine killing people in City A. So they were prepared to wait and see how much they could come. Squeak. The door of the office was opened, and the S-Class hero Tong Di walked in, followed by the S-Class hero Metal Bat and the S-Class hero Police Dog Man. After entering the office, the 3 did not speak, but sat down according to their positions, took Hazuki's documents in front of them, and checked them carefully. The senior members of the association are very happy to have 3 S-rank heroes. After all, this is not an emergency meeting, and they are very satisfied with 3 S ranks. It's just the next scene that made the top of the association unable to react. Because soon several S-class heroes came in, such as the Driving Knight, the Silver Fangs, the Flashing Flash, the Sexy Prisoner, the Super Alloy Black Light, the Trembling Volume, etc., all rushed over. The senior members of the association swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene, and felt that there were more people coming this time than expected. Squeak. The office door was pushed open again, and the 3 people, Pig God, Atomic Warrior, and Venerable Vest also walked in silently. This scene made the top of the association startled again. Aren't you fighting the weirdos? Why did you come back so quickly? I thought you weren't participating. The senior officer Gemmet said with some unresponsiveness. Kill the monster and it will come naturally. The Atomic Samurai replied indifferently, then sat in his seat, picking up the information about Hazuki and watching it carefully. The other 2 S-class heroes also sat silently and watched carefully with their documents. Advertisement. The senior members of the association were a little confused. This time, it was just an ordinary memory. It was a bit scary that there were so many S-rank heroes. Squeak. The door of the office was pushed open again, and the Metal Knight who was often absent also walked in. What's the situation? Even the Metal Knights are here. Gemmet's dignitaries were dumbfounded, feeling a little confused. It would be good to know that the Metal Knights can come once every 100 meetings, but the result is that the Metal Knights have also come to this regular meeting, which really surprised the senior management. Squeak. The office door opened again, and the superhero Sweet Mask also walked in and sat silently. What's the situation? The top leaders of the association were collectively stunned, so many heroes appeared collectively, which was really shocking to them. Okay. Don't stand there stupidly, have a meeting now. If it wasn't for Hazuki, I wouldn't be here for this shitty meeting. 1. The whole body exudes a green light, and some impatient openings. Hazuki. When the senior members of the association heard this, they immediately figured out everything. I see. No wonder there are so many heroes. It's because of Hazuki. Hazuki's strength really shouldn't be underestimated, but it shouldn't be used by so many people. Isn't it said that S-class heroes are very arrogant? Generally, they won't be convinced casually. How do you feel that these people give Hazuki a lot of face? Several senior members of the association gathered together and whispered in a whisper, discussing in surprise. As ordinary people, they did not understand how terrifying Hazuki was, and at most they thought it was similar to the volume. Let me ask, is Hazuki better than Scroll? Should we upgrade our assessment and reissue Hazuki's hero registration certificate? A dignitary asked suspiciously. He, who only knew about eating, drinking, and having fun, felt that something was wrong today. Ahem, although I don't want to admit it, this Hazuki is really not easy. Sweetheart Mask sighed. I really have to admire. Flying and space shuttle alone are not comparable to us. Pig God stopped eating, but spoke in a deep voice. Vest Venerable, I received news that you once challenged Hazuki. What was the result? The Metal Knight suddenly said. It's a pity that I didn't see Hazuki, but the girl he adopted, and as a result. Advertisement. Venerable Vest's face was a little ugly. As a result, I was punched away by that girl, and I broke 4 ribs, and it still hurts now. Everyone lost their voices when they heard this, and then looked at Sweetheart Mask again, thinking of the scene where he was beaten, and stopped talking. It's really strong. Are you sure you can beat Hazuki? Atomic Samurai also asked. What do you think? Volume raised his head slightly, with an arrogant attitude, but his momentum was a little weaker. I couldn't beat it. In fact, When the vaccine man appeared, I also rushed to City A, but when I got to the suburbs, I didn't go any further, because something happened, something that made me understand the huge gap between me and Hazuki. Atomic Samurai sighed. He was always arrogant, but this time he had a decadent attitude. What's up? Everyone was extremely curious, and wanted to know what had made the Atomic Warriors like this, knowing that the Atomic Warriors were the fourth superpower of the S-rank Li Qians. For such a character to be so lost, something big must have happened that everyone doesn't know about. Actually, it's not a big deal. When Hazuki fought against the vaccine man, he used an ability that enveloped the entire human race in City A. You know about this? Atomic Warrior said solemnly. I know. It seems that it is the ability of Space Barrier, which protects the entire human beings in City A in an instant, but this matter seems to have nothing to do with you. You are too lost, Chin. Everyone was puzzled and wanted to know what was going on. You listen to me. The Atomic Warrior took a deep breath. Actually, I'm also protected by the Space Barrier. Of course, I definitely don't want to be protected, so I'm going to leave the barrier, but I've tried everything I can to get the FK out of this barrier. 1. What? What do you mean? You can't even break the space barrier that covers the entire population of City A. Everyone was shocked, and they all stood up in shock. Yeah, this Hazuki is 2F King strong. Atomic Samurai said depressedly, completely losing confidence after being hit. The conference room was completely silent, and the arrogant scroll didn't make a sound anymore. As for the senior members of the association, they were completely frightened. Open black lens bracket 184 close black lens bracket SSSS. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, the entire conference room fell into a state of silence, and everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Soon after, I proposed to raise Hazuki's hero level. The dignitary of Gemet suddenly opened his mouth to propose, but he glanced at the scroll from the corner of his eyes, and was somewhat worried in his heart. Everyone, look at me, I see that you didn't speak, but looked at the scroll uniformly. Because the volume is the backbone of the Hero Association, a nuclear bomb-like existence, and the strongest existence in the entire conference room. Such a superpower has a very strong voice. If Hazuki's hero level is increased, it will exceed the volume, which will definitely affect her mood. So at this moment, the people on the scene are waiting for this arrogant and legal little loli to speak. Although it's very uncomfortable, if it's Hazuki, I admit that it's not as good as him. Curly tugged up his green hair, and said with a small head held high. Sir, what hero level do you think is better for Hazuki? Someone asked hurriedly. It's hard to judge, his strength may exceed the limit of S rank, I'm afraid it can only be assessed with a higher rank title. Juan said with a light sigh of relief. Beyond the S-class limit. This seems to have never happened before. If you really evaluate such a grade, I am afraid it will cause an uproar. Then what should we do? 580. Everyone hesitated. The association has always rated S level as the top hero, and now it will be another concept to evaluate a level beyond the S level. Hazuki's spatial confinement will trap me. If he wants to, he can imprison all of us in an instant, so I agree with the proposal of the volume. Atomic Warrior said solemnly. I also agree. I can't even beat the little girl he adopted, how can I have the same face as him? Venerable Vest said helplessly. I agree too, Hazuki is too strong. Advertisement. And for a time, most of the people in the conference room agreed to speak, and only the Metal Knight chose to remain silent. Then let's discuss a new rating. The top of the association suggested in a timely manner. It is good. After a long meeting, Hazuki was finally given a new rank by the Council of Heroes based on Hazuki's previous combat prowess and his terrifying spatial abilities. That is, above the S-class, the SS class and the SSS class were added, and Hazuki became the only SSS class, and the first SSS class in human history, the real uncrowned king. Such a decision, with the broadcast of the TV station that night, spread to thousands of households. Countless people watched the broadcast on the TV station and couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, they also took Hazuki's name in their hearts, CJDH. Z City, Saitama's home. Bald-headed Saitama leaned against the pillow, eating leisurely, but his eyes were watching the TV program. SS's class. The first SSS class in human history. It feels so powerful. Saitama ate a few mouthfuls of food and watched the various praises for Hazuki on the TV. I don't know why he suddenly wanted to fight with Hazuki. Let's meet next time, Saitama muttered. D-City. Hazuki rented a small villa. A circle of water ripples appeared, and then Hazuki's figure descended here. Brother is back. Watch TV. You have become the only SSS level hero in this world. 1. Seeing Hazuki appear, Keiko hurriedly pointed to the TV and spoke, her little face full of admiration. I see. Hazuki didn't say much, but leaned on the sofa lazily and pondered. He doesn't like these imaginary things at all. If he has this time, he might as well consider the second plot to earn more world power. Advertisement. He remembered that the giant in the second plot was actually created artificially. It was caused by a super scientist and the giant's brother. At the same time, this scientist was also a careerist with a talent for research. The general appearance of this person Hazuki has some impressions. If you look for it in advance, you are likely to find it, and it will be convenient for the layout at that time. Think of this. Hazuki stretched out his right hand and penetrated into the circles of water ripples. When he retracted it, he had already taken out the paper and pen. Swish. The sound of painting sounded, which attracted Keiko to come to watch. Although she lived with Hazuki for a while, she really didn't know that Hazuki could paint. Keiko blinked her eyes with curiosity, and the eyes that were originally just watching calmly quickly brought surprise. Because Hazuki's painting was too fast and too real, that painting was almost painted into a real picture in a short period of time. It's amazing, brother, your paintings are better than the painters. Keiko said admiringly, leaning beside Hazuki. You know how to draw. Hazuki looked at the finished work. Well, my father is a painter. I studied with my father before, and I have seen many painters' works, but their works are not a little bit worse than my brother's works. 1. Keiko said it crisply, looking at Hazuki with admiration in her eyes. But this kind of gaze gradually made Hazuki frown. Because he didn't want to cause too much trouble, he tilted his head and said, help me do something. 1. What's the matter? Brother, just say it, Keiko will definitely work hard to complete it. Keiko hurriedly said. Buy me a few cars, a computer, a TV, and all kinds of food, so let me give you a list and you can complete it according to the list, and when it's done, I'll send you out of this world. Leave this world. Keiko thought of death and blood. Her little face was as pale as paper for a moment, but she still smiled bitterly. Since it's my brother's order, Keiko is willing to obey. Snapped. Hazuki patted Keiko's little hand lightly, and then said helplessly, what are you thinking about? The place I sent you to is my world, that is my place, and you will live there in the future. Huh. Oh. Advertisement. Keiko was stunned for a second. Her little head kept nodding, the pale little face instantly regained its blood, and there was a faint hint of depression, and she even scolded herself as a little idiot in her heart. Okay. Let's buy these first, and I will give you a list of purchases in the future. Here is the money, you can spend it as you like. Hazuki took out a lot of money and said. This money was collected from the rescued people when they rescued human beings. As a result, the city of A is so huge that even if only a small amount of money was collected at will, it has formed a huge amount of money. It was useless for him to keep so much money, so he simply spent it all. So after arranging Keiko to buy supplies, he wrote a new list again. In the next time, Hazuki bought supplies, scoured monsters to get gift packs, and also found the scientist and his younger brother, and observed their situation secretly. When the giant appears, Saitama will definitely come, just to complete the challenge task, so let's arrange some means. Hazuki said and came to the top of the sky, and the fluctuations of the immortal chakra began to stir frantically. Sage Art Multiple Wood Clone Technique. Bang, 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 bang. Countless immortal wood clones suddenly appeared, and the sea of people floated in the air, and everyone's eyes glowed with mysterious brilliance. These clones will definitely not cause trouble to Saitama, but it is possible to fight with him to provoke him to fight Saitama Wong. This is enough to complete the task. If it is not possible, use that trick. Hazuki said. Thinking about the 100% Saitama template, He was looking forward to this full value template. Okay. Let's go. Hazuki waved. Yes. All the fairy arts wood clone fell into the city and merged into the crowd under the action of transformation technique, and Hazuki also fell into the city later, starting a new round of layout. Time passed while waiting for the plot, and soon came the day when the plot happened. Ding. The plot is about to start. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Close black lens bracket. Above the sky, Hazuki listened to the sound of the system, and quietly looked down, looking down at everything. Boom. Open black lens bracket 185 close black lens bracket. What is that? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The earth trembled, the roar shook the sky, and accompanied by a loud noise, countless smoke and dust filled the air, rippling among the streets and buildings of D-City. A figure suddenly rose from the ground, standing like a mountain in D-City. It was the target this time, a terrifying giant. The size of this giant is very huge, and the tall buildings can only reach its ankles, and even the tallest buildings in City D can only reach the position below its calf. With such a body size and such a gap, it can be said that all high-rise buildings are nothing but shredded paper and toys at their feet, which can collapse with a single step. At the moment when this terrifying giant appeared, several buildings in the surrounding area were smashed into pieces and trampled to pieces, forming a terrifying ruin area in that instant. And with a random punch of the giant, a large area was easily destroyed, and countless buildings collapsed with a loud roar. Such power! Such power! Thank you, brother. The giant felt the power of terror, found his brother in the ruins, and put it on his shoulders gratefully. Brother, my research has finally succeeded. With your strength, my mind, our brothers can rule the world. Go and destroy this city. The older brother, a scientist, said in shock. Okay, brother. The giant moved his giant feet, and in the roar of an earthquake, he stepped on the buildings and headed towards the center of City D. It's just very strange that there was no screaming in the building, and few people appeared on the street, and the whole city was terribly quiet. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world +1. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world +1. The mechanical voice resounded in his mind, which made Hazuki feel at ease like the sound of heaven. He floated quietly in the air, looking down at the giant below, looking down at everything. It's finally started. I wonder how much world power I can get this time. I'm really looking forward to it. Hazuki said with a smile, but his eyes looked in a certain direction of the city. There, Saitama was shopping at a convenience store in a supermarket, and Saitama, who was caught in the memory, did not notice the appearance of the giant. Supermarket convenience store. Saitama walked to the cashier with the purchased materials, ready to check out. Advertisement. The cashier was a beautiful girl, who was looking at Saitama with a smile, but she was playing with a kunai in her hand. How much? Saitama asked while flipping through his wallet. It's here. The beautiful girl suddenly tilted her head and opened her mouth, revealing a strange smile. What? Saitama was at a loss, not understanding what the girl meant for a while. 5 seconds left. The beautiful girl spoke again, with a strange smile. 5 seconds of what? Saitama scratched his head, not fully understanding what was going on. It's a freak, there are still 3 seconds. A little girl walked by with a sweet smile, but that smile was equally suspicious. Whack. Saitama looked at the little girl and then at the cashier. Just as he was about to speak, the earth suddenly shook. Bang. 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 An earthquake-like sound reverberated, causing the lights in the supermarket to flicker. Saitama was stunned by this shock, and suddenly appeared on the edge of the supermarket. Boom. There was a loud roar, and half of the convenience store was trampled down in the huge earthquake, revealing the empty street outside, which also attracted Saitama's attention. What's wrong? Saitama turned his head blankly and walked to the street, but what caught his eye were huge and terrifying footprints. The footprints were as large as a super large football field, and countless buildings were directly trampled under the footprints. Seeing this, Saitama suddenly turned his head to look to the other side, and soon a huge object came into view, causing you to clench his fists. Let's go. Saitama said. Do you need me to take you there? A gray-haired old man walked by. He was pushing a broken bicycle, but he had a ninja bag on his waist. Why does it feel weird? Advertisement. Saitama looked at the old man, and at the cashier and the little girl behind him. He always felt that the atmosphere today was different from what he usually saw. However, he only came to City D today. He usually lives in City Z, so he didn't pay too much attention. Instead, his silhouette flashed far away, leaving only 3 figures smiling quietly. Ta-Ta Towers. In the nearby houses, some people came out again soon, all of them carrying ninja kits, all quietly looking at the direction where Saitama left. Boom boom boom. The giant wrecked wildly, trampling countless buildings and buildings with its big feet, and one after another, people walked out of the building and silently looked in the direction of Saitama. Whoosh. Saitama's speed was very fast, coming to the vicinity of the giant almost like lightning, but when he was about to jump on the giant's shoulder, suddenly an old lady with a cane stood in front of him. Just come. Leave it to me next. The old lady hunched over and showed a strange smile. Saitama was confused and felt that the style of painting today has changed a bit. In the past, ordinary people would choose to run away when they were attacked by strange people, but today it is strange. The key one, the old lady, even said that she would give it to her, which made Saitama completely at a loss. He looked at Tai, then left and right, then looked up to the sky, locking in Hazuki's figure in the sky. Why don't you use your protection ability? Saitama raised his head to ask. He didn't notice the space ability Hazuki used last time, so watching the giant destroy the whole city, Saitama frowned. For flowers. Figures came out from time to time in the building, although each one was strange, but since it was a human, it should be protected, so Saitama was very puzzled about Hazuki's actions. It's already been shot. Hazuki floated in the air and said lightly, looking at the huge giant with a faint gaze. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world +1. Ding. Participate in the plot, the power of the world +1. Get out. Saitama looked left and right, but he really didn't see anything behind, which made him a little puzzled. Advertisement. Also puzzled are the members of the Hero Association, including many heroes. Because Hazuki has become an important figure in the association since Hazuki was announced as a SSS level hero, and his random travel can attract the attention of the entire association. Today, the appearance of the giant, the Heroes Association can see clearly, but Hazuki did not rescue at the scene, regardless of the floating, which also made the people of the Heroes Association feel chilled. Point 0. In particular, several heroes with a strong sense of justice in the association were even more furious because of this scene. And, as the giants walked, the association's surveillance always followed, but seeing the giants continue to destroy, Hazuki remained indifferent, which finally made the association's heroes unbearable. They were just about to come in person, but Saitama, a guy who looked like a trap, appeared, and the words between Saitama and Hazuki made the heroes puzzled. What's going on? Who is this bald head? Why didn't Hazuki take action? There are a lot of civilians in D City. The association's executive said angrily. What on earth is this Hazuki thinking? And why didn't the old lady run away? It's too strange today. Sweetheart Mask asked in confusion. It seems that I need to go there in person, but this giant is a little troublesome. Venerable Vest said with a serious expression on his face. I'll go with you. Sweetheart Mask also stood up and said. Row. After the two finished speaking, they hurried to the small airport of the base, preparing to take a helicopter to D City. It's just that they just ran downstairs when the mobile phone suddenly rang, and at the same time, the urgent voice came with the phone. Something's wrong. Come back soon. What? The two hurried back to the monitoring room when they heard this, and quickly looked at the monitoring screen, but their pupils shrank in the next second. My God, what is that? Damn, what is this? Venerable Vest and Sweetheart Mask stared at the surveillance screen and widened their eyes completely. They have experienced many battles and seen various methods. But today, looking at the terrifying pictures in the surveillance, they were completely shocked to the top. Open black lens bracket 186 close black lens bracket Susano. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because a figure in terrifying armor that was no less than a giant was blocking the giant with a pair of knives on its back, punching the giant into the air like a mountain. And behind this armor figure, there are huge wings, which are enough to support it to fly. Such a terrifying existence completely shocked everyone, even Venerable Vest as an S-class hero, all staring at the surveillance screen. In the surveillance screen, the armored figure was lifting the giant into the air, and then he beat the giant like a sandbag. The giant screamed, but had no resistance. The armored figure beat the giant, just like beating ants. It was a one-sided beating, and the terrifying strength made everyone tremble. What kind of monster is this? Why does such a terrifying figure appear? What happened after we left? Venerable Vest said in disbelief. Yeah, this is only a few tens of seconds, and such a change has occurred. Who is that armored figure? Sweetheart Mask asked in disbelief like, 580. It's the old lady. It's the ability that the old lady showed. The association's senior officials said. Old lady. What are you kidding? Sweetheart Mask remembered the old lady in the surveillance screen, and felt that she had heard it wrong. It's really an old lady. You watch the video record here. The senior management of the association instructed the staff to release the previous video footage. Following his order, a new picture reappeared, and when the vest stopped and the Sweetheart Mask saw this picture, they were directly stunned. Time goes back 1 minute. City D, in front of the giant. Saitama watched the old lady walk towards the giant step by step, and he said somewhat unclearly, "Do you really want to deal with the giant yourself?" "Why? Don't believe me," the old lady said in a low voice, leaning on crutches. Saitama didn't know what to say, so he could only scratch his head again. "Young man, let's fight later. I'll beat the giant first, and then come back and let you experience a new way of fighting." After the old lady finished speaking, she continued to walk forward. After walking 10 meters, she slowly stopped, and then she stuck her crutches on the ground and narrowed her eyes. A fight. Saitama felt a little weird and always felt that there was something wrong with the way he went out today. Advertisement. Then let's start. The old lady dropped her crutches and clasped her hands together. Susanoo. Boom. The earth trembled, the smoke billowed, the terrifying chakra wave spread, and a figure no less than a giant suddenly appeared, standing proudly between the heavens and the earth like a mountain. The huge wings behind it, the terrifying long sword and the shining armor all show that it is a complete Susanoo, and it is also the terrifying power of Hazuki's Sage Art Wood clone. Boom. The long knife was unsheathed and easily tore the ground, leaving deep cracks. Put away the long sword, and the fist is enough to deal with this giant. An indifferent voice came from the sky, which was Hazuki's order. Yes. The full-body Susanoo bowed slightly, then flapped his wings in a terrifying air wave, and flew towards the huge giant. Boom. There was a loud roar, and the huge giant was directly punched by Susanoo's fist, and he vomited blood, and then his eyes widened in horror. Boom. Another punch passed, and the gigantic giant was directly knocked into the air, and then hit from the ground to the sky. The giant was struggling with howls and screams, but all its efforts were in vain. Facing Hazuki's Sage Art Wood clone, with the addition of that sage body, no one in this world can stop him except Saitama. Boom boom boom. Stop hitting. It hurts to death. Don't hit. I was wrong. Painful mourning resounded through the sky, echoing in the rain like blood, and it made one's face turn pale, but the roar continued. Ding. Participate in the plot. The power of the world +1. Ding. Participate in the plot. The power of the world +1. Above the sky, Hazuki listened to the sound of the system quietly, savoring the joy of the harvest, and at the same time slightly raised his head to look at the sky. Advertisement. The people of the Hero Association are really annoying, so. Hazuki waved his hand, and the mysterious ninjutsu rippled in this world. Open black lens bracket Sage Art Mist Shinobi Technique. Close black lens bracket. Hum. A thick white mist filled the air, covering the entire D city in an instant, isolating all the exploration equipment, and the entire D city was completely hidden under the effect of this ninjutsu. Looking down from the sky, this is a dense fog area, and nothing else can be seen. Almost. Hazuki spoke indifferently and looked at Susanoo, who was beating the giant. And following his words, Susanoo hurriedly stopped fighting, and waited silently with the half-dead giant. The space was slightly rippling, and the giant disappeared in circles of water ripples. Ding. End the giant plot. The power of the world +200. Ding. Congratulations on collecting one special race and getting 100 small collection packages. Close black lens bracket. The mechanical system sound came again. Hazuki looked at the collection gift bag that was about to be full, and nodded with satisfaction. It's really fast to collect a few more weirdos in exchange for a spree. Hazuki looked down and looked at D-City in the thick fog. The challenge should also begin. I really look forward to the state when the template is full. Anyway, the humans in D-City have migrated away, so let's be a battlefield here. Hazuki waved his hand as he spoke. His eyes shone with blue-red light, as if dazzling. Choke. The long sword was unsheathed, exuding a cold and dark light, and the whole body Susanoo suddenly fell, slamming into the area where Saitama was located with 10,000 force. Boom. An earthquake-like scene appeared, boiling in the thick white fog, stirring the thick fog to roll back and forth. Boom boom boom. The roaring sound continued, and the terrifying long knife swayed like lightning, and every blow could tear the earth apart, smashing countless buildings into ruins. Hey, there are still people in the building, what are you doing? Saitama's voice came from the fog, and seemed a little angry. Advertisement. Defeat me, I will tell you the reason. The faint voice echoed, the old lady's voice from time to time. The change made Saitama frown, but he wouldn't allow the other party to do any more damage, so he clenched his fists sharply. Boom. The earth-shattering voice echoed, and the incomparably huge complete body Susanoo suddenly dissipated, turning into a ray of light and disappearing. But the old lady who fell to the ground from Susanoo still had a smile on her face. As expected of Saitama, just relying on these can't help you. The old lady smiled. Oh, Saitama replied, frowning at the figure that gradually came out of the building. Then let's start the first phase. The old lady continued to speak, her eyes were slightly rippling, and a large stone statue slowly drilled out from the ground at 3.7 inches. The majestic figure was very spectacular. Boom. Saitama punched again, and the big stone statue shattered directly, but to his surprise, the big stone statue was restored to its original state in a short period of time. What? Saitama was surprised, looked at the big stone statue carefully, and also faintly raised a little interest, but he quickly shook his head again. It's a pity it's too weak. 1. Yes. The old lady said with a smile. Susanoo reappeared in full body and wrapped her again. Since I'm not enough myself, then come out. Boom boom boom. The crowded Susanoo suddenly appeared, proudly benefiting the city D. Along with the appearance of these Susanoos, there was also the huge stone statue of the crowd. So many terrifying existences directly occupied most of the space in D-City, which also made Saitama finally get serious. The first phase of the battle is about to begin. Saitama, are you ready? Boom. Dot. Open black lens bracket 187 close black lens bracket 100%. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. The roar of a mountain torrent and tsunami reverberated, stirring in the white cloud and mist, and the terrifying long knife penetrated the white mist and slashed down from the sky with the power of 10,000. Boom. There was a loud roar, the earthquake trembled, and the chasms quickly cracked in all directions with the vibration, and soon spread to most areas of City D. But this didn't end, because in the next second, countless large stone statues and complete body Susanoo shot at the same time, killing the same area like a continuous mountain. Boom boom boom. The sound of the explosion continued and continued for the next time, with shock waves flying out of the white fog from time to time, hitting Susanoo into ashes. But as long as one Susanoo disappears, two rush up. In a short period of time, an endless army of Susanoo has appeared in D-City. These Susanoo bombard the target with the power of a natural disaster, that is, the great demon king Saitama. Sage Art Ice Done, Sage Art Fire Style, Sage Art Lightning Style, Sage Art Earth Style, Sage Art Land Done, Sage Art Scorch Style. One by one, terrifying abilities flashed through the white fog, and at the same time, countless huge wooden golems appeared. The size of 9 tails was enough to easily destroy a city. These wooden golems are also boundless, and the number of them is comparable to Susanoo, and it is comparable to the large stone statues. The combat power of so many terrifying numbers has completely occupied the D-City. Even because of its huge size, There are countless figures on the edge of the fog even outside D-City, and they are rushing towards the white fog like crazy. With so many huge figures, with just one word from Hazuki, countless cities can be easily wiped out, and the whole world can even be plunged into catastrophe, but such a terrifying method is only the first stage. Because 29 is Hazuki, who is in control of everything, who is floating gently in the sky at this moment, he also condenses the next method. There are countless truth-seeking balls around his body. Each of these Saitama seekers has a terrifying effect of destruction. Those who do not have the power of everything will disappear into nothingness as long as they touch it. Certainly. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama is the real protagonist. Hazuki will not foolishly use Saitama as his trump card, but as an ordinary means. The real trump card is template and resurrection, as well as physical immunity and small world. Let's see how the first stage is, whether it can arouse Saitama's desire to fight. If it can, then the second stage does not need to be used. As for the third stage, Hazuki raised his right hand slightly, and hundreds of truth-seeking balls condensed into a lightsaber. At the moment when the lightsaber was successfully condensed, even the space was slightly distorted. Advertisement. Otsutsuki's 12 truth-seeking balls are enough to cut through the moon, and my bloodline has reached the ultimate. I can condense as many truth-seeking balls as I want, but I ask Saitama to condense too much, and the space is already unstable. Hazuki looked at the lightsaber in his hand, and planned to use the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion as a means of the third stage, but this ability would do too much damage to the planet, and it would be troublesome if the planet was cut open. Forget it. Let's give up on the third stage, the fourth stage, the fifth stage, and the sixth stage also give up first. Hazuki turned his head to look at the sky, looking in the direction of the moon. The fourth stage is to pull down the moon. If the third stage is abandoned, then the fourth stage cannot be implemented. Go back and take Saitama to find a new planet to fight, and then pull a few planets to smash him to see if he can arouse his desire to fight. Hazuki looked at the sun again. If it still doesn't work, there's a fifth stage, a sixth stage. All the way to the ninth stage, but the eighth stage was enough for Saitama to run wild. 1. Hazuki suddenly showed a strange smile, vaguely wondering if it was time to start the eighth stage earlier. I think about it. This method seems feasible. Hazuki tilted his head and fell into thought. Boom. The light of Sage Art Dust escape condensed in the air, turned into a huge cube and crashed down, dusting a large area in an instant. Immediately after that, countless Sage Art Dust duns condensed, stirring in the white mist in various forms. Ordinary Lan Dun plus Sage Art can easily cut the truth-seeking ball stick, while the more powerful Chen Dun plus Sage Art, the effect is more than 10 times improved. And there are thousands of Sage Art and Dust Escape released at the same time. What will the effect be? It's really a good fight. Hazuki murmured, waving his left hand lightly. The space barrier condensed around D-City, preventing Sage Art Dust Escape from being too powerful and affecting other surrounding cities. Having done all this, Hazuki re-fortified the Sage Art Mist Shinobi technique, filled in the dusted large areas, and continued to wait for the battle to end. The other side. Hero Association Headquarters. A large number of S-Class heroes have gathered here, and the S-Class heroes, including Tornado, have rushed over one after another, staring at the surveillance screen one by one. Although there was a scene of white fog blocking City D, the people of the association still saw the tip of the iceberg from outside the white fog, and saw a small amount of battle scenes. Especially the long knife that was raised high from the white fog from time to time, it made everyone's eyes widen in shock, because there were too many long knives, and the number was difficult to estimate. So many long knives are enough to show how terrifying the number of casters is. Thinking of the terrifying figure in armor, thinking of the boundless figure in armor, everyone is horrified. In particular, the various terrifying abilities in the white fog rippled, and the mysterious cubes and cylinders that had turned everything into dust made many people sweat on their foreheads. Advertisement. What a horrible picture. What the hell is going on? Are we watching an epic mythical blockbuster? The unimaginable horror picture. All this is inseparable from Hazuki. If my guess is correct, it is very likely that Hazuki is commanding his subordinates to fight the enemy, but unfortunately there is a white fog blocking the enemy and can't see who the enemy is. I also have this feeling. You look at Hazuki who is fighting in the sky, and what are those black balls? What is the lightsaber in his right hand? Even the space is shaking. This Hazuki is so f-king strong that even the space can't stand it. The people of the Hero Association said, looking at the surveillance screen in astonishment, and constantly raising their assessment of Hazuki in their hearts. The original SSS level was also rated as a hero. They thought it was not enough, because even the space could not bear the power of Hazuki, and the association no longer knew how to evaluate Hazuki. Could it be that Hazuki is a god? Venerable Vest said suddenly. What? God? Impossible. How can there be a god in the world? At most a god level, eh? God level. God level. The scene suddenly fell into silence, and everyone stopped talking, because this new vocabulary is very suitable for the current scene. They think Hazuki is god level. God level. Before, I was delusional about fighting Hazuki, but now I look so ridiculous at that time. Sweetheart Mask laughed at herself, and the smile was very bitter. Me too. If I hadn't been beaten by that Keiko with one punch, I would have thought of challenging Hazuki. Now it seems that I am a joke at all. Venerable Vest shook his head slightly. When everyone heard this, they didn't mean to laugh at each other, but instead felt a sense of mutual pity. As S-class heroes, they all have their own arrogance. Even if they admit that Hazuki is strong, they still have the idea of competition in their hearts. But today, seeing Hazuki flying proudly in the air, all the heroes lost their confidence. They could only watch the L-channel screen silently, staring at the white fog and the terrifying power that shook the sky from time to time. Maybe it's good to have a god level, at least with him, I don't have to bear so much pressure anymore. The dragon roll smiled slightly, and there was a relaxed attitude on his little face. Although she usually looks arrogant, but as a pillar, as a nuclear weapon-like existence, she is also under heavy pressure. Now a stronger person has appeared, and the tornado is completely relaxed. Go back and look at Hazuki. After following him for so long, it's time to get to know Hazuki. I wonder what Hazuki is usually like. Dragon Roll said curiously. The other side. Advertisement. D over the city. Hazuki didn't know that he was being targeted by illegal little loli. Of course, even if he knew 580, he wouldn't pay too much attention, because the battle below was finally about to achieve his desired goal. Tisk tisk tisk. One punch and one, as expected of Saitama, just fighting naked, with some hot eyes. Hazuki's eyes shone, looking at the battle scene through the thick white fog, seeing Saitama killing the quartet, and also noticing Saitama's emotions, and was gradually mobilized. Facing the endless Susanoo, as well as the large stone statues, wooden golem, and all kinds of terrifying ninjutsu, Saitama's eyes gradually burned with the flame of battle. It's a little too slow. Let me help you. Hazuki's left hand shook slightly, countless truth-seeking balls suddenly condensed, and a terrifying hurricane suddenly took shape. Super Katakana middle dot silver reincarnation explosion. Boom. The super silver reincarnation explosion, which is countless times stronger than in the original work, suddenly appeared, and it crashed down with the power of a natural disaster, and slammed on Saitama like a natural disaster. Boom. The earth-shattering sound reverberated, all the white fog disappeared under the hurricane, and at the same time the entire D city was leveled by the hurricane, and even sank countless meters by the bombardment. If Hazuki hadn't controlled the power, this planet could have been pierced by this blow, but even if the power was gathered as much as possible, the D city still disappeared and nothing was left. Even the complete Susanoo and all the shadow clones dissipated, completely gone. Even Saitama was blasted into the depths of the ground, but at this moment, there was a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the battle mission with Saitama, arousing his desire to fight. Reward: 5% Saitama template. Ding! Your Saitama template reaches full value, and you start the road to infinitely stronger. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Hyuga Hazuki. The Otsutsuki clan. Protection: 10% resurrection protection, 5% physical immunity protection. Templates: Tornado template, 100% Saitama template. Blood followers: 9 Tomo Rinnegan, Rinne Sharingan. Open black lens bracket 188 close black lens bracket except Saitama. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The mechanical voice sounded in his mind, and the endless terrifying power boiled in the body. Hazuki's whole person seems to be activated, exuding endless power, and his whole person is completely transformed at this moment. Feeling the rapidly increasing power within him, feeling the endlessly rapid ascension, the corners of Hazuki's lips twitched into a smile of joy. Finally 100%, unlimited strengthening, endless improvement, I finally did it. Hazuki opened his hands and floated quietly as if embracing the world. The tornado template and the Otsutsuki blood in his body were boiling continuously at this moment. And with this boiling, the brilliance of his eyes is even better, and there is a faint possibility of further progress. Open black lens bracket ding. Your ability has increased the Saitama template. Do you integrate all abilities? Form a new template. Close black lens bracket. It can even form a new template. Hazuki was very surprised, but at the same time, he also had deep expectations for a template that was stronger than Saitama's template. Hazuki was looking forward to it, so he nodded without hesitation. Fusion. 1. Ding. Your small world is already independent and cannot be integrated, and your soul is too mysterious to be integrated. Close black lens bracket. Ding. The remaining abilities are fused. Congratulations on getting the infinitely improved 100% One Punch Man template without any side effects. Close black lens bracket. 100% One Punch Man template. Isn't this the Saitama template? Hazuki asked suspiciously. This is a changed name, and it doesn't seem to make any difference. Ding. One Punch Man template can still be improved when it reaches 100%, such as 150%, 200%, 300% or even unlimited, and there are no side effects. Close black lens bracket. It's possible, it's really nice if it's like this, and the most important thing is that the side effects are eliminated. Hazuki patted his hair, and at the same time felt the surge of power in his body again. His eyes looked down, towards the deep pit bombarded by the reincarnation of the silver wheel. I saw that in the deep pothole. Saitama gradually got up from the ground and seemed to be ready to jump out of the pothole. The real battle is about to begin, but the follow-up plot cannot be affected. I will not give up the power of the world. Hazuki said and waved his hand. In an instant, the boundless white fog descended again, completely shrouding the entire D-city and even the sky, forming a vast white fog area. Having done all this, Hazuki locked onto Saitama who had jumped out of the pothole, and clenched his fists. Advertisement. I'm going to shoot, Hazuki said with a smile, then swooped down, heading towards Saitama. Finally serious. Saitama in the white fog did not look up, because just from the sudden pressure, he knew the real battle was about to begin, and with a strong fighting spirit, he also clenched his fists at this moment. Then, his eyes narrowed, and he slammed his fist into the sky. Boom. A scene like the sky and the earth cracking appeared, accompanied by a huge roar, countless cracks in the ground, spreading rapidly in an unimaginable range, and at the same time, the hurricane gradually took shape under the terrifying air waves. The thick white fog condensed with the hurricane to form a terrifying white hurricane, forming a huge hurricane that enveloped City D. But in such a terrifying hurricane, the fists of the two figures pressed against each other fiercely, and their horrified auras were agitated wantonly, and they were not injured in the slightest. This place is not suitable for fighting, let's change place. Hazuki's spatial ability is rippling, protecting the hurricane from spreading and preventing the earth from shattering in all directions. What a powerful force. Saitama looked at Hazuki in front of him, feeling the terrifying power from his right fist just now. His expression finally became solemn, and at the same time, a more intense fighting intent appeared in his eyes. However, Saitama looked at the surrounding hurricane, looked at the completely broken ground, and felt the mysterious protective power of Hazuki. He was slightly serious. I didn't expect that when you were fighting with me, you were still using protective measures. Saitama took a deep breath. It's nothing, it's just the application of space. This dress is for you, put it on. Hazuki took out a set of clothes from the space and threw it away, then turned his head and asked, your mood seems to have recovered. 1. Yes, I haven't had an opponent for so long, I'm about to forget my emotions, but fortunately I met an opponent like you, maybe I can have a good fight today. Saitama put on his clothes and looked at Hazuki with a strong will to fight. Indeed, I have some understanding of this power. Too invincible will completely lose interest. How can an ant that is randomly trampled to death cause emotional changes? Hazuki clenched his fists as he spoke, and the surrounding air caused a strong shock wave because of his clenched fists. Advertisement. But this place is not suitable for fighting, because if the fighting continues, the surrounding cities will be destroyed by the two, so he said. Go. Fight in another place, just on the sea. After Hazuki waved his hand, a space door appeared in an instant, and Hazuki walked in without hesitation, then stood on the water and waited quietly. Seeing this scene, Saitama also walked into the space door with fighting intent, and then fell into the water with a plop. Why can you stand on the water? Saitama said with some envy as he emerged from the water. Just a simple application of chakra. Hazuki frowned slightly at Saitama in the water, and then said helplessly, let's fight in another place, it's not good for you here, what about the moon? Moon. Saitama looked at the moon and his mind was a little empty. It was the first time he heard that the battle was going to go to the moon. With a bit of inexplicable feeling, Saitama said, the moon is not suitable. 1. What about space? Hazuki suggested again. Forehead. Saitama was speechless. Why is the battle location proposed by Hazuki so weird? Saitama said again with helplessness. Can't you do it on land? With our strength, if we let go of the battle, the land will definitely not be able to withstand it. Forget it, I will go back to the universe and find a planet suitable for human survival before fighting. Hazuki thought for a while. Finding a planet suitable for survival. Saitama's mind was a little empty again, and he felt that Hazuki's thoughts were not what normal people could imagine. But he looked at Hazuki's ability to stand on the water, and the portal, as well as Hazuki's flying and previous abilities, and he didn't know why he was envious. To be honest, he rarely showed these envious emotions before, but the punch he just hit on the bang seemed to be activated, and it was completely different. Could it be that I'm back to the mood I was 3 years ago? If that's the case, then I should really thank Hazuki. Saitama said secretly. Ding. Please choose. 1. Receiving Blizzard's subordinates, starting reward, 1% One Punch Super. 2. Take Dragon Roll as a subordinate, reward, 2% One Punch Man template. Advertisement. 3. Accept Saitama as a subordinate, reward, 5% One Punch Man template. This. Seeing the god-level choice that suddenly appeared, Hazuki frowned slightly, because it was many times more difficult than expected to accept Saitama as a subordinate, so the third option was not suitable for selection. But he didn't make a choice immediately, but turned his head and asked tentatively, Saitama, how about being my subordinate? Why? Saitama scratched his head, and his mood gradually decreased. Because I'm better than you in many ways, Hazuki said again. Really? Saitama's mood picked up again. Don't believe it. Let's compare. Go to your house. Li Qian's, after Hazuki finished speaking, he opened the portal, took Saitama to his house, and took out a game console. I'll let you know next, what a gap is. Hazuki said with a quirky smile. Okay. Let's compare. Saitama's mood continued to rise, and Shin was the most vigorous in not admitting defeat. Next, the two fell into the ranks of playing games, only from time to time came Saitama's annoyed voice. City D. The hurricane whistled and still enveloped the entire city, making it impossible for the monitoring equipment to see what was going on inside. But the Heroes Association did not give up the observation here, and even made it a key inspection target, and dispatched many helicopters and planes to try to see the situation inside. The first to arrive were the S-class heroes Best Venerable and Sweet Mask. The two of them wanted to know about Hazuki the most, so they rushed over as soon as possible. And soon came to the edge of the hurricane, ready to go in and test. This hurricane feels very strong, I'm afraid it's a little troublesome. Sweetheart Mask said. Don't worry, the hurricane on the edge is not strong, and I can still test it for a short time with my physique. Venerable Vest said confidently. Open black lens bracket 189 close black lens bracket 2 weak. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. However, although the center of the hurricane is somewhat difficult, it is still very simple at the edge. Sweet Mask nodded. He has the ability to recover from injuries. Any injury can be recovered in a short period of time, so he is not worried about not being able to enter the edge of the hurricane. His only concern is the center of the hurricane. Let's go. This hurricane is much weaker than before. Let's go and see what's inside the hurricane. Sweetheart Mask suggested. Okay. Look at why Hazuki didn't come out, what happened inside, and why the hurricane didn't spread. Venerable Vest nodded Kaido. After the two people finished speaking, they stepped forward and approached the hurricane directly. Bang! A huge force came from the front, and the two were directly bounced back several steps. Damn, what's going on? Why is there such a strong anti-shock force? Sweetheart Mask looked at the hurricane and said solemnly. I don't know, I'll try again. After Venerable Vest finished speaking, he approached Hurricane again and slammed his right fist out. Bang! An even stronger anti-shock force appeared, sending Venerable Vest flying out. Hey, what a strong anti-shock force, there is a transparent layer around this hurricane. 1 inch. Venerable Vest said while clutching his moving right hand, his eyes were obviously different when he looked at the hurricane. There is a layer of things. Could it be that kind of space barrier? Sweetheart Mask recalled the space barrier mentioned earlier, and her expression changed. It is very likely that the reason why the hurricane did not spread is that Hazuki used protective measures to protect the surrounding cities. Venerable Vest said again. This. Sweetheart Mask didn't know what to say to 580. He looked at the huge hurricane covering the entire D city, thinking that such a terrifying hurricane was imprisoned in one place by Hazuki. Sweetheart Mask finally changed color. It's a godlike power. I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Sweetheart Mask took a deep breath. I'm convinced too. Hazuki is a god-level hero, and I'm the first to be convinced. Venerable Vest nodded without hesitation. The two did not continue to test, but sat beside and waited for the weakening of the hurricane. Advertisement. Half an hour later, the hurricane weakened several times for unknown reasons, and it has a tendency to continue to weaken. At this time, the S-class hero Metal Knight also rushed over. Aren't you here to investigate Hazuki's situation? Why are you staying outside? Said the heroic Metal Knight. Because we can't get in, there are space barriers around the hurricane. Venerable Vest said indifferently. Oh, this is interesting. I'm very curious about this space barrier, is it really that difficult to break? The Metal Knight opened his mouth with a faint hint of fighting intent. It was the only one who did not admit that Hazuki was a god-level hero. Even if everyone agreed, it chose to remain silent, and today it was finally time to test Hazuki's strength. I want to see how hard the space barrier is. With a trace of unwillingness to admit defeat, the Metal Knight flew 100 meters away, then activated the countless powerful missile weapons behind him, and quickly released it. Whoosh whoosh. The terrifying missile flew towards the space barrier extremely quickly, and then hit it hard. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded endlessly, accompanied by the flames and billowing smoke, but after the thick fog disappeared, there was no change in the place where it was hit, as if someone tickled it. Such a scene, such a change, made the Metal Knight stunned, and even stopped in place and waited for a few seconds. It has no effect at all. This is my powerful attack method, it seems that I can only use a trick. The Metal Knight said, and a more terrifying missile weapon appeared behind him again. This is my latest research success, so let's enjoy it. Whoosh. Boom. The thick smoke billowed and the roaring sound shook the sky, but when everything disappeared, there was still no change in front of the eyes, and the space barrier was still intact. Silence. The scene fell into a strange silence. The Metal Knight who was struck no longer spoke, but fell into a deep silence. The gap between the sky and the earth made him speechless. What a powerful space barrier. Hazuki is indeed a god-level hero. Venerable Vest said. Yeah, another S-class hero is here, let's watch the show. The next thing can be said to be very exciting. Most of the S-rank heroes came, and then they tried all means, but failed to break the space barrier. Even the second-place S-rank Tornado could not do anything. In the end, this arrogant little loli chose to wait with a depressed look on her face. Advertisement. Time passed in a long wait, and soon the hurricane in City D weakened countless times, and there was no tendency to spread. And the space barrier around the hurricane gradually began to respond. Soon after, the space barrier disappeared completely, and everyone was finally ready to start exploring. It's finally gone, and I can finally know what's going on inside. Let's go and have a look. Sweetheart Mask said and took a step forward, waving her arms. Puff. Blood sprayed, and the moment Sweetheart Mask's hand touched the hurricane, the flesh was instantly blurred. Damn, stop, it's dangerous. Sweet Mask shouted. What? Everyone stopped moving forward and looked at Sweetheart Mask collectively. After seeing his bloody left hand, they all changed color. It's a hurricane. This hurricane is not an ordinary hurricane. I just touched CJDH and touched my hand. Fortunately, I can recover. Sweet Mask said, looking at the hurricane in horror. This hurricane has been weakened countless times, but such a weak hurricane still caused serious injuries to him. If his pace was faster, he would probably die on the spot. Thinking of her own death, Sweetheart Mask was no longer calm, but stared at the hurricane with a change in her expression. I didn't expect that we couldn't face the weakened so many hurricanes, so what happened to Hazuki inside? Venerable Vest clenched his fists and said. The gap is too big, the gap is really too big. Alas. Keep waiting. Everyone, look at me, I look at you, and choose to wait in the decadence, only the tornado has been cautiously testing. Half an hour later, when the hurricane weakened again for several stages, the tornado finally had the confidence to get in and out safely, and her superpowers could already protect her from traveling inside. The green light rippling, gradually wrapped the tornado, and then she floated up quickly and carefully entered the hurricane. It is good. Everyone shouted when they saw this scene, because finally a hero could enter and exit freely, and they no longer had to watch it. The feeling of powerlessness in waiting makes them feel like they are useless and useless. It's just that the tornado didn't come out for a long time after it entered, which made everyone puzzled, until the tornado finally came out when everyone was ready to go in and explore. At this time, she looked very embarrassed, and there was even a wound on her little hand, but her little face was full of shock and decadence. Lord Tornado, what happened in the hurricane? A staff member hurriedly asked. Advertisement. You will know in the future, the gap between me and him is too big. Tornado Shen shook his small head and flew away without explaining the scene in the hurricane. This kind of behavior made everyone puzzled, but the tornado had already left, and the heroes could only continue to wait. Next, as the hurricane weakened, the heroes went in one after another to explore, and then left with a decadent look of silence. Even if some people spoke, they just said that they would go back and practice hard. Only after the Sweet Mask came out, said, D-City is gone, and then left silently. The remaining people never entered the hurricane again, because the remaining people were too weak to enter the hurricane. City Z, Saitama's home. Two figures were sitting in front of the game console, playing the game in their hands. Among them, Hazuki only used one finger, while the bald head on the other side pinched several game controllers in exasperation. Too weak. You have failed 352 times, is it necessary to continue? Hazuki dropped the gamepad in boredom and turned his head to look in the direction of City D. Saitama's anger surged, and for some reason, with Hazuki, Saitama's emotions couldn't be suppressed. Not satisfied. Come again. Hazuki raised his eyebrows and looked at Saitama. Wait a minute, I admit that the game is not your opponent, but we can play other games. Saitama clenched his fists. Okay, I'll convince you, let's play painting next. After Hazuki finished speaking, his right hand reached into the void, and when he reappeared, he held two sets of drawing tools in his hand. Here. Hazuki threw a set of drawing tools to Saitama. It is good. Saitama took things, but looked at Hazuki's space ability with envy. Your ability is really convenient. Of course, the spatial ability is very interesting. One-dimensional points, two-dimensional surfaces, three-dimensional. Forget it. Draw first, and I will tell you after you admit to being my subordinate. Hazuki said. He picked up the brush and started to draw, and the first person to draw was Makoto. His painting speed is very fast. With his painting skills beyond the Hokage ninja world, Hazuki painted Makoto's paintings in a short time, and then painted Kushina, Tsunade. 189. I lost before I started. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Such a fast painting speed and such superb painting skills make Saitama stunned. He originally wanted to paint himself with a paintbrush, but it turned out to be so ugly that he gave up and turned to watch Hazuki paint. 1, 2, 3, in the next time, dozens of paintings soon took shape, watching Saitama take a hit. Who is this woman with a clock in her eyes? Saitama said suddenly, pointing to a painting. She's called Kwangsun. She has the ability to time. To put it simply, She can go back to the past and kill you when you were a baby. Yi Yuayu said without raising her head. What? There are people like this. Saitama was shocked. His vision suddenly broadened several times, and even his emotions continued to boil. Of course, there are many similar people, such as 100% Psychic, Jian Jigu, some beautiful angels, Dacha, Majin Buu, Super Saiyan, the Devil's Eye to Death. While talking, Hazuki drew, and without knowing it, he drew a lot, and many people with powerful abilities were drawn. In addition to these, there is an even more terrifying world, the kind of world that lives in one thought and dies in 1 year, which is very terrifying. Hazuki stopped drawing, then turned his head and continued. In this world, you can only survive in a boring way. Although you are invincible, you have lost a lot. If you are my subordinate, I will let you see a wider world. This. Saitama was silent, although he was very moved and yearned, even thinking about it, his emotions were high, but it was somewhat unacceptable for him to be a subordinate. Don't want to accept it? Then keep playing until you're convinced. The next engraving. Hazuki glanced at Saitama, reached into the void with his right hand, took out a lot of materials and tools, and then started a new round of competition. After half an hour, snapped. Saitama squeezed the tool in his hand, looked at the woodcarving in his hand angrily, and looked at himself, who was ugly on the woodcarving and affected his appetite. Then he turned to look at the delicate wood carvings in Hazuki's hands, and then at the large number of vivid wood carvings in front of Hazuki. Saitama fell silent. You lost again, do you want to compare? Hazuki said lightly. Of course, it's all the events you chose before, and you must be better at it. I'll choose this time, Saitama said. Okay. Hazuki smiled and shrugged, not caring at all. Such a confident and calm attitude really made Saitama feel a little nervous. He tilted his head and began to think, trying to find out a competition that could beat Hazuki. Advertisement. After just thinking about it for 10 minutes, he only thought of one, and asked in a tentative tone, why don't we deliver the express? Delivery. Hazuki gave Saitama a weird look and said, does this thing need to be compared? Can't the previous battle explain everything? Then what should I choose? Saitama scratched his head. There are many choices, not necessarily fist, charm, talent, personality, self-cultivation, temperament, character, knowledge, appearance, connections, wealth, and way of speaking. They are all good choices. Hazuki explained lightly, without the slightest impatience, but said a lot with a smile. Saitama listened to Hazuki's words and felt that these options were far away from him, and at the same time he felt that Hazuki was very knowledgeable. But he really couldn't think of anything good about choosing a competition event, and finally asked tentatively, why don't you choose swimming? Yes, there are many swimming competitions, freestyle, breaststroke, backstroke, butterfly, each of which is divided into many small categories, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 400 meters, 1500 meters, and the requirements for each category are different. The number of meters is also different. Which one do you want to race? Hazuki continued talking and explained the swimming project in detail, making Saitama in a fog. Well, a variety of projects. Are you particularly good at it? Saitama said with a bit of a blow. Yes, this is my first master's ability. In fact, playing games is my weakness. I haven't played for many years. Hazuki explained. He is telling the truth. There is no game console in the Hokage world. He hasn't played games for many years, and he played it in his previous life, and he has been completely rusty for so many years. However, with his terrifying strength, he still abused Saitama, and even after playing a few times, his game skills were upgraded to ultimate. Saitama was silent again, feeling that being with Hazuki was a wrong decision. It was really shocking. However, for Hazuki's proposal, Saitama is a little bit looking forward to it. He really wants to see all kinds of novel worlds, so Saitama hesitated and wanted to follow Hazuki to see the novel world, but he was always a little repulsive about being someone else's subordinate. What? Still unwilling? Well, then compare until you are willing. 1. Hazuki said that his right hand reached into the space again, and when he appeared, he took out a lot of chess cards. In addition to the ninja world, there are also chess and cards in the world of One Punch Man. It can be said that there are many kinds and different ways of playing, but they are all good games. After taking these things, Hazuki took out a lot of musical instruments and prepared to play a good match with Saitama, hitting Saitama, who recovered some emotions. Soon, a new competition has started, and this competition has been going on for several days. Every day, Hazuki will come to Saitama to compete, and the competition will be played from all aspects and in many directions. And after several days of competition, the final result was obvious, and it can be said that Saitama was hit hard. Advertisement. He didn't have a chance to win, all the projects ended in failure, and because of this, his whole person was depressed a lot. This day, near Saitama's house, on the spacious street, two cute girls stood in the distance, blinking their big eyes and watching secretly. And at the edge of the road, Hazuki sat in the supercar, tilting his head to look at the silent Saitama. How about Saitama? You've beaten everything else. Would you like to be my subordinate? Quote. Saitama looked at the streamlined supercar and Hazuki in a neat suit. Saitama was silent, he didn't know how to answer. Because he has failed so many times, he doesn't know what to win against Hazuki, or even how to reject Hazuki's proposal. After a long silence, he said, I'll think about it for a while. Okay. I hope the answer isn't refusal. After Hazuki said that, he started the sports car, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. In place, only Saitama was left muttering to himself. I really want to go to other worlds to see, but I'm so unwilling, can't I beat Hazuki in one thing? Wait, there's one thing I haven't compared to him, and that's charm. Saitama suddenly thought of this, but thinking about Hazuki's face, and thinking about his own face, Saitama was silent, then turned around and prepared to go home. At this moment, two cute girls suddenly ran in the distance, and then ran to Saitama shyly. Hello. Please accept this. The two cute girls handed over the small pink envelope in their small hands and put them in Saitama's hands embarrassedly, and at the same time looked at Saitama with blushing faces. For flowers. What is this? Saitama looked at the heart shape on the envelope and some cute cartoon heads, and he vaguely understood something. These days, he has been constantly fighting with Hazuki, and his mood has almost recovered. At the same time, he has learned a lot from Hazuki and learned a lot of knowledge, and he often sees little girls sending Hazuki such envelopes. He knew this thing was a so-called love letter. And now looking at the two pink pornographic books in his hand, and the shyness of the two little girls, Saitama's emotions rose at this moment. With anticipation, Saitama asked tentatively, is this for me? Yes, it's really bothering you. The two little girls clasped the corners of their clothes, and continued pretty lively, please give it to Hazuki-chan, please. Advertisement. After the two little girls finished speaking, they ran away embarrassedly, leaving only Saitama in the wind. Leave it to Hazuki, sauce. Saitama said in a circle. He lowered his head and quickly looked at the front of the envelope, and soon saw the words, Hazuki-chan opened, on the envelope. Saitama was silent for a moment, feeling that his life was full of gloom. Depressed, Saitama returned home with the envelope, but the two love letters were so dazzling that he wanted to throw them away. 0. Still, Saitama kept it next to the TV, waiting to give it back to Hazuki the next time he came. I lost before the charm project started, which was really shocking. Saitama said helplessly, he just wanted to be quiet now. The other side. Regal Villa area, in front of Villa number 1. The roar of the motor continued to echo, and soon a supercar parked in the small parking lot in the villa, and then Hazuki walked down leisurely and walked towards the villa. This is his new residence, and it is also the most luxurious villa area in the city. It is the place where the real rich live, and ordinary people are not qualified to enter here. In particular, the number 1 large villa, it is only the richest among the richest who are eligible to live. Certainly, Hazuki doesn't care about this thing. He has money, and he keeps it like waste paper. When he looted City D, all the wealth of a city belonged to him. Therefore, it is impossible to estimate how much money he has. Anyway, he buys what he likes when he sees it, and never cares about money. Stepping back to the living room of the villa, Hazuki frowned a little at the big villa, because it was too loud here, and he was the only one who was too unpopular. Keiko was sent into the small world, and the people around her are really empty. Do you want to bring Makoto out? Hazuki muttered to himself, but gave up after thinking about it. Makoto takes care of the world tree for him, and now he enjoys it, and even likes the job. Every day, he grows flowers, weeds and waters, and his life is quite comfortable. Hazuki doesn't want to keep her tied to him. After all, he can find something he likes, and Hazuki is also happy for her. There is also Kushina. The large population of cities A and D at the time has formed a big city in a small world. Kushina is the manager of the city, and she is like a queen, enjoying it, and Hazuki is also happy for her. And Tsunade, now she's Konoha's Hokage, who also stabilizes the ninja world, running a stable base for Hazuki. The population here will also be sent to the small world from time to time, adding new impetus to the expansion of the small world. It's been a long time since I watched Tsunade, and I didn't watch it last time. I just have time now, so let's go and watch it. Hazuki said that he returned to the small world in a circle of water ripples, and then entered the world of Hokage through the space gate. Open black lens bracket 190 close black lens bracket leave tonight. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Land of Fire. Konoha Village. Tsunade was sitting in the office listening to Kakashi's report, looking a little serious. The moon's anomaly is like this, and it's the same words that Hazuki-sensei left at the beginning. Kakashi said solemnly. I see. I told Might Guy to go to the liaison department and prepare to open the contact circle. I'm going to tell Hazuki about this. Tsunade stood up and spoke, his calm eyes twitching at the mention of Hazuki's name. That's great. If it's Mr. Hazuki, then this matter is easy. Kakashi said with a little joy when he heard this. Yeah, I haven't seen him for a long time. Tsunade said softly, his voice full of thoughts. Seeing this, Kakashi left the office with a wink, and quickly went to inform Might Guy. Yale Ramen Restaurant. Might Guy is taking Neji, Tien, and Xiaoli to eat together. Since there is no 4 battles, Neji is still alive and well, and even becomes a powerful ninja. Mr. Guy, how did you become a disciple of Lord Hazuki? It is said that even Lord Third Hokage is not qualified to be a disciple of Lord Hazuki. Xiao Li asked while eating. Yeah, Mr. Guy, you said last time that you became a disciple of Lord Hazuki at the age of 9. How did you get the attention of Lord Hazuki? Tien, who has a Chinese style, also said curiously. At the current time, 580 is about the same as before Otsutsuki Shirin attacked Konoha, so Tien is still a cute girl waiting to be released. I'm curious about that too. Neji leaned over and asked with a smile. This. Might Guy was a little embarrassed to hear the 3 students' questions. He coughed and said, cough, Mr. Hazuki values my excellence, otherwise he wouldn't focus on cultivating me. Excellent. Really? Xiao Li immediately showed admiration. Of course. Might Guy said proudly. Mr. Guy, I heard that you were the tail of a crane at that time, so you shouldn't be valued by Lord Hazuki. Tien thought of something and wondered. Huh, this, me. Might Guy suddenly panicked, and even after a few seconds of silence, he said again, ahem, that is Mr. Hazuki's unique vision. As that's so. Tien and Neji looked at each other with suspicion. At this time, Kakashi came in from outside and looked at Might Guy with weird eyes. When Might Guy saw Kakashi come in, he panicked even more, his head drooping. Looking at Might Guy, Neji and Tenten seemed to understand something and looked at Kakashi at the same time. Mr. Kakashi, how did Mr. Guy worship Hazuki-sama as his teacher? Tien said with a lively voice. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Might Guy even more weirdly, but he never explained. Advertisement. This kind of behavior made Neji and Tien even more curious, and even Xiao Li felt something was wrong. It's just that Kakashi didn't say the reason. Neji and the others couldn't get an answer, they could only watch curiously. I know. Might Guy was crying and begging Hazuki to accept him as a disciple, and he was begging on the street for several days, but Hazuki accepted him because he had no choice. Many people knew at that time. Uncle Yale walked out of it, said a few words, and then went back to work again. But his words made the scene completely silent, and Neji and Tien opened their mouths even more. Crying. Begging on the street for several days. The cute girl said stupidly every day, her big eyes widening. Neji next to him was better, and Xiao Li froze in place. Ahem. It's nothing. Mr. Hazuki's way of accepting his disciples is very special, just like Kakashi is very special. Might Guy replied. After he said this, Kakashi next to him turned pale when he thought of something, and then hurriedly said, Might Guy, Lord Hokage has an order, immediately go to the communication department to gather. Assembly. Good. Might Guy immediately stood up, and Kakashi rubbed off, leaving only Neji and the three of them staring blankly. I left before I finished speaking. Why is it so special for Lord Hazuki to accept Kakashi as his disciple? Tien muttered in confusion. I'm curious about that too, Neji said as well. After the two finished speaking, they suddenly thought of the owner of Yeel Ramen, and then collectively turned to ask, Uncle Yeel, do you know the reason? Of course, Kakashi used to be very talented and arrogant at the same time. At that time, Hazuki planned to accept Kakashi as a disciple, but Kakashi refused. Uncle Yeel came over to explain, with memories in his eyes. Refused. So arrogant, even Lord Hazuki refused. Neji said in surprise. And then, how did Kakashi become a disciple of Hazuki-sama? What's so special? Tien asked hurriedly. Cough. It's actually very simple. Uncle Ichiro lowered his voice and said, at that time, Mr. Hazuki asked Sanshoyu to play with Kakashi for a few days, and then Kakashi agreed. 1. How long have you been playing? The three of Neji spoke at the same time, thinking of the mountain pepper fish guarding the gate at the entrance of the village, and the size of a super fat pig. The three felt a little dazed. Don't underestimate the Sanjiao fish, it is especially good at manipulating people. It spit people up and then spit it out. It's a small matter. If the clothes don't spit out, it's a big deal, especially on the street. You mean, Kakashi-sensei was caught on the street? Tien did not continue, but covered his small mouth, his big eyes filled with disbelief. Cough. It's not that serious, he was just spit into the bath. The bath where the old ladies are. Uncle Yeel said strangely. What? Neji's face turned pale when he heard this, thinking of Kakashi who was so cold, and then thinking of being vomited into the bath where the old woman was. Neji was completely restless. Xiao Li and Tien were also speechless, feeling that this Lord Hazuki was more terrifying than the legend. I'm so afraid, I can't make Lord Hazuki angry in the future. The cute girl said with her small fist clenched every day. Advertisement. Yeah, it's kind of scary. Neji couldn't imagine what kind of expression he would have when he encountered such a scene. Also at this time, suddenly a man walked into the shop and sat down to pick up the menu. Everyone looked over in doubt, and then his complexion changed slightly, and that Uncle Yeel collapsed directly to the ground. Hazuki-sama is good. The cute girl bowed timidly and saluted every day, and looked at it secretly with curiosity, while Xiao Li and Neji bent 90 degrees and didn't dare to look up. Hazuki glanced at the three little guys, nodded and said, Don't worry about me, you can do whatever you want. 1. Hazuki-sama, are you yourself? Tien cautiously approached Hazuki and asked secretly. No, someone will come later. Hazuki said lightly. 1. Tien could see that Hazuki didn't want to say more, she didn't want to say anything, but returned to the original place to eat again. 2 servings of tonkatsu ramen. Hazuki said indifferently, he hadn't come here for a long time for this ramen, and he happened to be eating here with Tsunade. Okay, Lord Hazuki. Uncle Yeel said in a low voice, not even speaking clearly. But no one laughed at him, facing Lord Hazuki, fearing that it was inevitable. On the other side, the Ministry of Communications. Tsunade, Kakashi, Might Guy and a large number of staff were standing in front of the contact circle, and they entered chakra with a solemn expression, preparing to contact Hazuki. But this time the space was slightly rippling. Tsunade was shocked, and then turned around and left in surprise. Lord Hokage, the contact formation is about to start, why are you leaving suddenly? The staff hurriedly asked. Because, here he is. 1 inch. Tsunade replied, and jumped away like lightning, leaving everyone in a daze. He's here. Who's here? Might Guy asked suspiciously. Apart from Mr. Hazuki, who else has surprised Hokage-sama so much? Kakashi explained. Teacher Hazuki. Great, I'll go to meet the teacher. Might Guy said in surprise, ready to get up and follow, but was pulled by Kakashi. Don't go over at this time, it's not suitable. Kakashi said. Huh, oh. Might Guy seemed to understand something and didn't leave. And the rest of the staff, already showing a fanatical look, because Hazuki came. Yale Ramen Restaurant. Advertisement. 2 servings of ramen were served with a hot aroma. Hazuki didn't move his chopsticks, but stood up. Seeing this scene, Neji and Tien and others around them also quickly stood up, not daring to sit and eat. At this time, Tsunade came over in a hurry, and when she saw Hazuki, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise, and then she wanted to rush over and hug Hazuki. However, there was someone next to her, and she thought of worrying about Hazuki's image, so she hesitated and did not pour Hazuki into her arms. But, this time Hazuki smiled and opened his arms. The next second, Tsunade jumped directly into Hazuki's arms and hugged him tightly. Seeing this scene, Tien next to them, their small mouths opened into an O shape, but they left very sensible, leaving space for Hazuki and Tsunade to get along. Hungry? Let's eat together, Hazuki said softly. Tsunade nodded, and was no longer the resolute female Hokage, but sat beside Hazuki like a well-behaved wife and dined with him. 3.7 inches now, this is for you. Tsunade gave Hazuki the delicious food from his bowl and looked at him tenderly. Let's eat together. The two of them had a warm meal together, then went shopping and played together hand in hand, until the sun went down, and then they returned to Tsunade's home together. Wait until you enter the living room. Tsunade took Hazuki into his arms without hesitation, suffocating him as before. How long will you stay this time? Tsunade stroked Hazuki's hair with reluctance in his beautiful eyes. Long time this time, just to settle the matter here. Hazuki stayed quietly in Tsunade's arms, savoring the rare warm life. That's good, that's good. Tsunade's lips curled into a beautiful smile, and his small white hands continued to embrace Hazuki, refusing to let go. Let's stay tonight. Really? 1. Certainly. Ding. Please choose. 1. Deal with Otsutsuki's Slaughterman's problem. Reward. 1% One Punch Man template. 2. Deal with the problems of the Otsutsuki clan. Reward. 2% One Punch Man template. 3. Deal with all the remaining problems in the ninja world. Subdue Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and occupy the ninja world. Reward. 5% One Punch Man template. 191. The First God Level. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The mechanical system sound appeared in his mind. Hazuki heard the sound, his eyes flashed slightly, and then he came out of Tsunade's arms and took her slender hand to the sofa. What's wrong, Hazuki? Tsunade asked softly. She had infinite life expectancy, she became more and more beautiful. Like a girl with fair skin and beautiful skin, even her body became more hot. Nothing. Has anything happened in the ninja world recently? Hazuki lay on the sofa. Mizuki retreated with Tsunade's pillow, and narrowed her eyes lazily. Yes, there is something abnormal on the moon, the same as what you left. Tsunade's slender and fair hands model Hazuki's side face. Well, it's almost time. Hazuki rolled over and buried his head in Tsunade's arms. After the 10 Tails summoning came out, Hazuki was mentally prepared, and he was also prepared for this day. The magic circle left in the communications department, and the Sanjiao fish at the door of Konoha were behind. Certainly. There are also a large number of disciples hidden in Konoha. They all hide in Konoha without hesitation because of Hazuki's words, guarding against future events and guarding the rear for Hazuki. The return of Hazuki this time just solved these worries, completely stabilized the rear of Hokage Ninja, and then used it as a base to radiate all worlds. Therefore, he secretly and silently chose the third option. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the system's beep, Hazuki sat up, pulled up Tsunade and walked into the house. Let's go, it's time to rest. Tsunade replied in a low voice, lowered his head shyly, followed Hazuki into the house staggeringly, and then locked the door. Soon, the beautiful voice came from the house. It was the most beautiful music in the world, it was intoxicating and thought-provoking. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shines on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. 29. Hazuki woke up early, hugged his body beside the pillow and quietly looked out the window, looking at the beautiful morning scene, and at the same time feeling the warm sunshine. Hazuki, you are awake. Tsunade's eyelids moved slightly, and she quickly opened her eyes, revealing large beautiful eyes, and two Rinnegan ripples appeared in the bottom of her eyes. The ripples were very faint, and only had 2 laps, but they were still captured by Hazuki. If you don't like those ripples, I'll find a way to use the potion to help you eliminate them without affecting your ability. Hazuki said, mixing Tsunade's hair. Among his 3 women, since Tsunade had the most blood feedback to him and was the one who took the medicine first, the ripples were the most obvious. Like Makoto and Kushina, they are just so subtle that if you don't look closely, you can't even see the ripples. Advertisement. Only Tsunade has a clearer ripple because Hazuki is eager for success, so Hazuki feels a little guilty in the face of Tsunade. It's okay. You don't have to feel guilty. In fact, there are these ripples. Every time I look in the mirror, I feel that you are by my side, and I will be happy because of you. Tsunade said, kissing Hazuki lightly, and then laying still in his arms, feeling each other's heartbeats silently. Hazuki hugged her quietly, with extra warmth in his heart, and even thought about taking her by his side every day and letting her accompany him every day. But it's too selfish and unfair to Tsunade, because it's equivalent to using Tsunade as a vase, and she'll get upset too. Besides, only the life that reflects one's own value is the best and most wonderful life. So Hazuki decided to let Tsunade rule the ninja world for himself, manage the world, make her less like a vase, and make her more at ease. Hazuki thought so, and did it directly. On the same day, he came to Hokage's office and ordered to inform the major ninja villages to unite and establish a new country. Land of the Earth, Iwagakure, a huge conference room. The old man Tsuchikage and many high-level executives sat dignifiedly around the table, silently looking at the notice. It's too much. It's too much for us to unconditionally integrate into a new country. The old man Tsuchikage said angrily. Yeah, it's too much, but that's Hazuki's order. If you don't obey, the consequences will be unimaginable. Someone said. Yes, Hazuki's strength is extremely powerful. If we dare to refuse, the consequences may be very tragic. Lord Tsuchikage, you have to be careful about this. The people around spoke hurriedly, worried that Tsuchikage would do something stupid, which made Hazuki angry. Don't worry, I won't make a rash decision. That Hazuki's strength is very terrifying. If you want to fight against him, the only way is to unite with the other 3 countries. Tsuchikage said solemnly. Unite the other 3? You mean? Yes, by uniting the 3 countries of the Water Country, the Sand Country, and the Thunder Country to fight against Hazuki. Only in this way can it be possible to fight against him. The old man Tsuchikage explained. It's a good idea, but are they really willing to join forces? Someone questioned. Yes, especially Raikage, he will never let the Land of Thunder disappear. The old man Tsuchikage was full of confidence. When everyone heard this, they also became energetic, and felt that there was hope to unite the 3 major countries to fight against Hazuki. Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open, and an intelligence ninja rushed in anxiously. Tsuchikage-sama, something happened. The country of water officially announced the integration of Hazuki's new country. Mizukage Terumi personally went to the country of fire to discuss the merger. What? When everyone heard this, they were completely shocked, their eyes widened in disbelief, and they did not understand why the Land of Water was willing to integrate into the new country. Master Tsuchikage, Mizukage Terumi is a disciple of Hazuki, so I will announce it immediately. The intelligence ninja hurriedly said. A disciple of Hazuki. It turned out to be so. Advertisement. Everyone suddenly felt a sense of urgency in their hearts, and then looked at the old man Tsuchikage. Don't worry, there are the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Thunder, they will never be reconciled to the disappearance of the country. Tsuchikage said solemnly. Whoosh. Another intelligence ninja rushed in. Tsuchikage-sama, Keisuke Gaara announced to join the new country, and at the same time went to the country of fire to discuss merger matters. 1. What? Everyone was startled again. They couldn't believe that the Kingdom of Wind agreed, and some people asked unwillingly, why? Could it be that Gaara, the Wind Shadow, is also a disciple of Hazuki? Yes, Keisuke Gaara and his older sister and brother also claim to be Hazuki's disciples. The intelligence ninja replied quickly. It turned out to be like this. It's so troublesome. What should I do? Everyone look at me, I look at you, and collectively look at the old man Tsuchikage again. At this moment, the old man Tsuchikage had already clenched his hands, and his face was gloomy and terrifying. Land of Thunder, I don't believe that Reikage is also a disciple of Hazuki. The old man Tsuchikage roared. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the Minister of Intelligence rushed in, and then said in a low voice. Lord Tsuchikage, Reikage publicly announced his willingness to join his teacher, the nation that Hazuki founded. No, this is absolutely impossible. Reikage is actually a disciple of Hazuki. Only our land country is excluded. Is it trying to annex our land country? Old Tsuchikage shouted. No, Grandpa, the teacher just thinks that you are too old, so he chose me as his disciple. Ta-ta towers. The sound of footsteps echoed, with black hair, wearing a cheongsam with slits, and a pair of white-black soil with a long moon retreating, walked in slowly, and around her body, there were terrifying chakra fluctuations. The strong fluctuation caused the air to rippling, and it also made everyone in the conference room feel pressured, including the old man Tsuchikage. What did you say? You mean, you are also Hazuki's disciple? Old Tsuchikage said in disbelief. Yeah, Grandpa, I'm really sorry for hiding this, but it's an order from Mr. Hazuki, and Deidara is also Mr. Hazuki's disciple. The black soil fluttered his short black hair, and spread his hands helplessly. The audience was silent, and the old man Tsuchikage showed a decadent look, but feeling the terrifying chakra fluctuations, he sighed and said, How strong is your strength? I haven't calculated how much, but to defeat Grandpa, you only need one hand. The black soil spread out his fair little hands, and instantly the light of the dust shone, and at the same time aroused heavy pressure. This kind of pressure made old man Tsuchikage's complexion change greatly. He looked at Chen Dun in disbelief and said, Chen Dun, I didn't expect you to learn Chen Dun. It was all taught by Mr. Hazuki. Originally, I was very weak, but fortunately I got the teaching of Mr. Hazuki. Haitu said softly, not knowing what to think, his little face flushed slightly. The old man Tsuchikage seemed to understand something when he saw the change in his granddaughter. Advertisement. He paused for a while but did not open his mouth to ask. Instead, knowing that the situation was over, he tried his best to strive for more benefits for the land of the land. So he then announced to join the country established by Hazuki, and sent the black soil to negotiate matters. It's a pity that his calculus failed, because Hazuki was no longer in the land of fire, but came to the vast universe, because he was going to find the Otsutsuki clan. Hazuki knows very little about this race. In the original animation, he only saw the seal Otsutsuki Kagaya, and he basically did not watch the follow-up animation. So to find the stronghold of this race, the difficulty of 583 is a little bigger than expected. But with his super sensational abilities and the terrifying One Punch Man template, it's only a matter of time before they find their stronghold. Therefore, he began a search journey in the vast universe. A few days later, One Punch Man World. The story of Mosquito Girl appeared. Genos and Mosquito Girl fought fiercely. In the end, it was naturally Saitama's prestige, which completely shocked Genos. Therefore, Genos wanted to worship Saitama as his teacher and chose to go to Saitama's house. For Genos, Saitama was helpless but couldn't drive him away, so he could only talk to him in a perfunctory manner. Mr. Saitama, please accept me as your apprentice. Your strength is so terrifying that you may only be below the god-level hero Hazuki-sama. Genos sat opposite Saitama and said, Huh, you know Hazuki. Saitama was surprised. Of course, everyone knows the name of the first god-level hero in human history, Lord Hazuki. I am his fan, and I want to be his disciple even more, but unfortunately I am not qualified, by the way. I also tried to enter the hurricane in City D, but it was too dangerous inside, the terrifying scorched earth and the terrifying scenes like natural disasters, I am scared to think about it now. Genos said solemnly, his face full of admiration. So he's already so famous. Saitama is a little envious. He worked hard to practice playing games in this factory, and he played very, very badly, but he didn't think that the moon was invisible. Oh, forget it, let's play games together. Saitama said and invited Genos to play games together. Okay. Genos nodded, picked up the gamepad and sat in front of the TV with Saitama, and started playing the game. However, before the game started, he saw two love letters in front of the TV, with the words, Hazuki personally opened, on them, which were particularly conspicuous. This is a love letter to Hazuki-sama. Could it be Mr. Saitama? Genos was startled, looked at Saitama with disbelief, and the eyes slowly became weird. These are two girls, let me hand it over to Hazuki on my behalf, don't get me wrong. Saitama hurriedly explained. So it is. Genos breathed a sigh of relief, but his eyes widened in the next second. Could it be that you know Lord Hazuki? Open black lens bracket 192 close black lens bracket end. Previous chapter. Advertisement. Genos looked at Saitama in astonishment, knowing that Lord Hazuki is a legendary figure, a superpower standing on the top of the world. Such an existence is not qualified for ordinary people to know. So Genos stared at Saitama, waiting for his answer. Yes, I do know Hazuki. Saitama replied with a bit of frustration, thinking about the scenes of being hit by Hazuki in various ways. Very good, Mr. Saitama, can you introduce me to Mr. Hazuki? I admire him very much and am his fan. Genos said in surprise. Okay. He often comes to my side, and I'll introduce you to him next time he comes. Saitama said helplessly. Frequently. Mr. Saitama, are you and Hazuki-sama friends? How did you meet? Why does he come to you so often? And Genos continued to speak, muttering a lot of questions. Saitama thought about the purpose of Hazuki's coming, and thought of the scene where Hazuki was attacked every time, and he felt depressed in his heart. Well, Hazuki often came to challenge me, so we got to know each other. Saitama answered truthfully. Challenge you? Hazuki-sama challenge you? Genos was shocked, and his gaze towards Saitama changed. After all, only the weak would challenge the strong. Thinking of the terrifying power of Saitama's punch before, Genos' expression changed. He spoke again with a little trembling. Could it be that you are stronger than Hazuki-sama? Saitama was a little speechless. He didn't know how to answer this question. He couldn't say that he had lost countless times in a row, so he was silent. Mr. Saitama, why don't you speak? Genos couldn't wait to speak, and it seemed that he didn't want to give up if he didn't ask the answer. Actually Hazuki is challenging me on projects, such as playing games, such as painting, sculpting, driving sports cars, playing chess, dancing, swimming and other projects. Saitama explained it briefly and didn't say anything about his failure, mainly because he didn't win once, which was really embarrassing. But his words made Genos even more curious. After all, he was the first god-level hero in history, and such a terrifying strength actually challenged Saitama. This is definitely the best news. So, Genos continued to ask with great interest. What was the result of the game? Who wins and who loses? Since Hazuki-sama challenged you, you must be very good. Did Hazuki-sama lose? No. He won. Saitama replied helplessly, holding the gamepad to change the subject. Won. How many times have you won? Is there a winner or loser? Genos spoke again, and although he also picked up the gamepad, he kept looking at Saitama waiting for an answer. Saitama has been watched by Genos for a long time, and his face is hot, and he simply admits directly, I lost all. Advertisement. All lost. Not once. No. Really didn't win once. Genos couldn't believe it. Even if the weak challenge the strong, and the strong challenge the strong, it is impossible to fail once, so Genos looked at Saitama with puzzled eyes, not completely convinced. Saitama was annoyed by the sight. He shouted. Really? I didn't win once. I lost all 687 events, all of them. 687 items. So many. Genos was shocked. He thought he had only played a few games, but he did not expect to play so many times, which was enough to prove that Hazuki-sama was excellent. But it also proves that Saitama has lost 687 times in a row. Such a failure is absolutely an unimaginable terrorist blow. At this moment, Genos' eyes changed, and he felt a little pity. He vaguely felt that this Mr. Saitama was weaker than he imagined except for his strength. With a hint of hesitation, Genos began to play games with Saitama in earnest, ready to see if Saitama was really weak. 5 minutes later. Damn, I lost again. Genos dropped the handle angrily, turned his head and said, Mr. Saitama, didn't you say that you lost everything to Lord Hazuki? Why did you beat me with one finger? I just didn't expect you to be so weak. Saitama opened his mouth in surprise. He felt useless with Hazuki, but now he realizes how good he is. Mr. Saitama, have you been defeated so powerfully? Don't joke with me, I'm talking about business. Genos said solemnly. Yeah, they all lost. I can only say that Hazuki is too strong. Saitama said, remembering the scene from the game. Actually, every time Hazuki beats me, he will teach me how to be more powerful. After playing against him for a period of time, I have learned a lot, and I have improved several times in every aspect, but I still can't beat him. Saitama sighed, although he didn't want to admit it, but with Hazuki, he can improve himself faster. Even talent is very important, and he began to admire Hazuki in his heart, and even thought about whether to become Hazuki's subordinate. Especially after defeating Genos several times in a row with one hand, Saitama's heart also changed a little. Genos, let's compete with others. You can choose from 687 items. 1. Saitama said solemnly, he wanted to see how much he improved during his time with Hazuki. It is good. Genos responded without hesitation, with war intent in his eyes. A few days later, Saitama's home. Saitama put down the wooden sculpture in his hand and looked at Genos. I won again, I won 35 out of 50 games, and sure enough, I improved too much. Saitama proudly said that although it has the bonus of terrifying power, it is also inseparable from Hazuki's teaching. So at this moment, Saitama's mentality has changed, and he is ready to follow Hazuki to get more promotion. Of course, he is also deeply curious about Otherworld, looking forward to opening his eyes. Beside. Advertisement. Genos threw away the wooden sculpture in despair and looked at Saitama in shock. Although he won 15 games, he was still very disappointed. Mr. Saitama, I got it. Did you really know nothing before? Did you really learn from Master Hazuki? Genos asked again. Of course, I used to have nothing but strength, but now I have a lot, I understand a lot, and I have my own goals for the future. I really shouldn't have rejected his proposal before. Saitama said with a smile, looking forward to Hazuki's arrival. Mr. Saitama, please be sure to introduce me to Hazuki-sama, please. Genos stood up and bowed. Don't worry, I'm also waiting for him, it's been a few days since he left. Saitama looked out of the field, to the blue sky. Hokage Ninja World. On the endless grassland, Hazuki stood quietly with countless disciples, waiting for Yakushi Kabuto's action. Hazuki-sensei, I'll start. Yakushi Kabuto bowed and saluted. Well, Otsutsuki Shirin, I gave you the blood potion, your Tenseigen has been completely stabilized, and you will compete with Uchiha Madara in a while. Hazuki said lightly. It's Hazuki-sama. When Otsutsuki heard Hazuki's words, he hurriedly bowed and saluted, his whole body trembling. Don't worry, you are my subordinate now and won't hit you again. Hazuki replied. It's Hazuki-sama. Otsutsuki was still trembling with fear, he didn't even dare to look at Hazuki, he was really scared of being beaten, and this Lord Hazuki left him with an unimaginable psychological shadow. The kind of strength that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, he now feels trembling when he imagines it, so he does not dare to slack off in the face of this adult. Summoning technique. The voice of Yakushi Kabuto suddenly came from a distance, and with his voice, 3 coffins soon emerged from the grass. Boom. One of the coffin lids was suddenly kicked away, and Yakushi Kabuto, who was summoning, was startled, hurriedly dodged quickly, and jumped several meters away. Ta 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 ta. The sound of footsteps appeared, Uchiha Madara walked out from the coffin indifferently, and the whole person exuded terrifying chakra fluctuations. It's finally here. Uchiha Madara looked at his hands, slowly raised his head, and his pupils shrank in the next second. Hazuki watched calmly, but at this moment an ethereal voice sounded in his mind. Hazuki, you need to get well soon. Hazuki, I have given out a bonus today. Hazuki, I will turn you over. Hazuki was startled and looked around, but found nothing. Who is it? Hazuki, I met a kind person on the way here today, or else I'll be a little late. Hazuki, wake up soon. Hazuki clasped his hands together, and a curtain of light spread out to examine his body and surroundings. Advertisement. However, At this moment, a strong white light appeared out of nowhere and enveloped Hazuki. Hazuki was stabbed by the white light and couldn't open his eyes, and the power in his body was quickly stripped away. Hazuki was terrified. Who the hell was calling him? Is there any other strong man here? Hazuki wanted to dodge, but suddenly found that his strength was instantly suppressed and could not be used. He could only grit his teeth and punch out, trying to disperse the white light. But the terrifying punch did not erupt, and the punch was just an ordinary punch. I don't know how long it took. Hazuki opened his eyes and found that the surrounding environment had changed. He appeared in a ward. A woman grabbed Hazuki's hand tightly, her eyes reddened and she cried out, "Hazuki, Hazuki, you finally woke up." This is, where is this? Hazuki asked suspiciously. Hazuki immediately sensed the heaviness of his body. Compared with his body that was as light as a feather and full of vitality, this body was now so tattered, afflicted with pain, and withered. Hazuki wanted to move, but unfortunately his body couldn't be used. This Lee Chinhao, as a hospital, don't you remember? You were hit by a car and have been in a coma for 3 years. This is not the world of Hokage. It is not the world of Quan Man. Then I was born dreaming. No, it's impossible. I think it's impossible. It's an illusion. Right, it's definitely an illusion. A system, a system. The system did not appear. It was all Hazuki's dream. Hazuki used many methods but it didn't work. It took Hazuki a long time to realize the reality. He did not feel his own strength, and now he is extremely weak. Unless God did something to him, otherwise all of this would be true. Everything before was a dream, and everything was illusory. Hazuki, Hazuki, don't do this, don't do this. The woman cried, hugging Hazuki to comfort Daofeng. It's gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be okay. 1. Hazuki's eyes are full of waves, recalling everything in the dream. Those past are so real. Stop crying. I'm much better, Hazuki began. 2 months later, Hazuki was discharged from the hospital and returned to real life. Now he doesn't have the ability to call the wind and call the rain like he did in Otherworld, and he has the ability to cover the sky with one hand. Now everything is the real life of ordinary people. Was it all a dream before? Hazuki shook his head and stared at the distant sky in silence.